Yeah, boom, and we are live again. We are live again. Okay. Yeah, okay. Yes. So there's a lot of housekeeping and checking in on things here and there to do today. What a great day. Hello everyone. Welcome to the day two experience of K-12 2030 Global Education Conference, right? Yeah, we had day one last weekend, right? And we're having day two today. It promises to be an awesome time. So wherever you're joining from, whether you're streaming live on LinkedIn or YouTube, we're actually streaming on LinkedIn and YouTube, right? Tell us your name and tell us where you're joining from. We have a global audience connected to this conference. Um, yeah, so I'm going to start today by trying to like run through what happened last week, just to give you a review of the day one experience, and then quickly plug you into the day two experience. All right. I want to tell you to please get ready. So let me check what's happening on YouTube and also what's happening on LinkedIn currently. Let's do that check. So what's happening on YouTube? All right. So YouTube says we're live. Yeah, good. YouTube says we're live. I'm super excited. Okay. Share the link. We are live. We are live. I'm gonna share the link around. And obviously, yeah, I can see that we're live on LinkedIn as well. Okay. So yeah, we're gonna keep the engagement going from those two platforms, from LinkedIn and from YouTube as well. Right. Again, please, as we get into the experience, we'd like to meet you. Tell us your name and tell us where you're joining from. Right. We'd like to connect with you real quick before it gets busy again. Yeah, signals shipped. We are live. All right. Thank you. For as many that have joined, thank you for joining this session. It's so great to have you here again this morning. Okay. All right. So just trying to check around to be sure that everything is ready for today, for this morning. Uh, 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 uh. Yeah, pretty much. Sounds like we are good to go for this morning. All right. Yeah. So, I mean, after last week's session, while I was checking the YouTube analytics, I discovered that most of the people that visited our YouTube page last week, they came from WhatsApp platforms, right? Which is why I just had to make sure that we share all we share the YouTube link, right? Streaming link to like all the WhatsApp platforms, our WhatsApp communities and things like that. Um, just so we can get people to join again as well. All right. So for our LinkedIn audience, we're looking forward to connect with you real time and again to have a nice time together this morning. So great. Um, Again, welcome to this conference. We are talking about signals. Thank you, Dr. Violet Makuku. Dr. Violet Makuku is joining in from Ghana. It's so nice to have you. Yeah, I can see Jeffrey. Yeah, thank you, Jeffrey Delwich. Thank you for tuning in. Yeah, we have Dr. Violet Makuku joining in from Accra, Ghana. We have um, Jeffrey also tuning in on LinkedIn. Yeah, Jeffrey, if you don't mind, you can tell us your location, right? Yeah, thank you. Thank you for connecting with this session, right? It promises to be a great time. Just please stay tuned. All right. I know there are a number of persons that are just kind of like joining this session today. So, a quick recap on day one, right? So, on day one, we had 5 sessions, right? We have we had the opening session talking about signals and shift, right? And of course, someone will ask, right, why signals and shift, right? We talked about that last week, right? I took that session in the opening part where I established the fact that nothing happens suddenly, right? Nothing happens suddenly. Behind every shift in the society is a signal, right? We talked about the flow from signals to trends to mega trends, right? Whenever anything significant happens in the society, right, it started with a signal. But people are not wired to catch signals on time, which is why we need to educate ourselves to be able to capture signals, right? Which is why we need to be in that place where we pay attention to signals before they become trends and mega trends and then affect our business and then affect many things around us, right? We can always catch the future before it arrives, right? We can always, move above the tide. We can always be on the winning side, right? And that's what this conference speaks to address, right? 2025 is officially the beginning of what is known as intelligent age, right? That's very important, right? Um, the fact that we're talking about intelligent age here is very, very significant and very important, right? It signals a new revolution, right? And every revolution demands a dimension of education, right? Every revolution, the movement from the first to the second, the third, the fourth industrial revolution, and now what we are calling the intelligent age or the AI revolution, right? It's also asking for a different kind of education, right? The environments are changing, right? The environment, we have a new generation of learner, we have a new dimension of classrooms, we have new dimension of challenges and problems to deal with, right? Across the industries, it's all over. It's all over. The signals are all over, right? The trends are all over, right? There are a lot of changes happening around, right? And so we seek to unveil signals, trends, and mega trends that will help education stakeholders, right, locally and globally, right, to reposition their education offering, right, to meet and to catch up, right, with the demands, right? Because again, education is going to be regulated by the law of demand and supply. The demand from the society, from the industries, with respect to knowledge, skills, and competencies, we continue to regulate education. And so it's important for us in the education sector to understand what the market is asking for, right? What's going on in the market? What are the changes, right? And then I talked about people market fit and the theory of backward design, speaking to schools and how we need to redesign teaching and learning today to catch up with some certain realities, right? We talked about that. We had Dr. Priska, who talked about leveraging foresight, for resilience in business and learning, right? And then we had the school spotlight session. We had, Mr. Okwaifa, who talked about from teachers to entrepreneurship. And then we have, the last session, Dr. Tom, talking about the people, the planet, and the purpose of learning, right? Powerful sessions, right? And I encourage you to please catch up with the first session because a lot of wisdom, a lot of insight was unleashed, right? And more so about today, we are super excited, right? About what today is going to be unfolding, right? Today we have a lineup of speakers, right? I am not speaking today. I just want to do a quick intro, and then bring up our first speaker for today. All right, I'm going to share my screen in a bit and show you something before I bring up our first speaker. Haha. I hope you're ready. I hope you're ready. I hope you're ready. I hope you're ready. It's really going to be mind blowing today. It's going to be so mind blowing. Okay, so on my screen you see what I'm sharing, right? AI. So in 2023, right, there was this news all over the internet. There was this new. Don't forget, 2025 is the year that officially marks the beginning of the intelligent age. But I tell you, there are schools that way back as 2023 had already caught the signals. We are talking about signals and shift in this conference. There are schools that already caught the signal early enough, and they started changing things in the environment way back as 2 years ago, right? Because of these signals that they caught as regards how the society is changing and how they need to rebrand their business, teaching and learning in their spaces to catch up with these new realities, right? And I'm going to tell you a bit before I bring up the speaker about Curtis Small School, right? One of the biggest and award-winning, one of the biggest boarding schools in the UK. So yes, Curtis Small School. So you see BBC, CNN, in the year 2023, all over the internet. It was all over. That was what caught my attention firstly, right? I'm like, what's going on here? Because I was seeing the news all over. AI teacher pointed at UK bodies. I'm like, wow, what's going on? Signals, right? Signals, right? So here's a quick caption here. Pupils at a school in Southern England have just got a brand new head teacher, but she's a little bit different from what you might expect. The teacher, named Abigail Bailey, won't be leading assemblies, take detentions, or give out homework because she isn't human. Abigail is an AI chatbot and has been appointed to help Curtis Small School's human headmaster, Tom Rogerson, right? So the private boarding school in West Sussex worked with an AI developer to create the chatbot, which will help Mr. Rogerson with his duties. Think about that. I love this, right? Because there are questions as around, okay, this AI, if you go to other industries, right, there is how AI is playing out in other industries, right? And it's so amazing to see how in the education sector, people are thinking differently about how AI can be integrated. And here's an example, right? We are so fortunate to have Mr. Tom Rogerson, right, with us right on this call, right? Follow him on LinkedIn, following Curtis Small School on LinkedIn, right? I've seen different kind of events that happens in the school, and it's just so future forward, right? The kind of activities, the things that the learners engage in and stuff like that, right? I want to tell you, please pay attention to this session, right? Mr. Tom Rogerson is going to be leading us, right, into secret for effective school administration in the intelligent age, right? You're a school leader and you're wondering, like, where do I go from here? I've seen this in the face of many school leaders, right? Many school leaders are stuck, right? They're stuck and they just don't know where to go from here, right? They're hearing about the whole AI thing. What do I make of my business? What do I make of my school business? What's the first step I even need to take right now? Do you know that Curtis Small School, right, ran a 3-day conference on AI where they invited experts across the globe to gather in the school environment, and for 3 straight days, right, listening to experts, trying to understand, right? That's so powerful, right? And of course, that's how the leadership thinks, right? And again, like I said, we are so fortunate to have Tom in the room this morning. And I said to every school leader out there that is thinking of what's the first step I need to take forward? How do I put my school together in this intelligent age? How do I have a value proposition, right, that is meaningful, right, that customers, parents are going to embrace, right, in this era? Because it is a new era. 2025 is officially the beginning of the intelligent. It is now official. And this is going to impact your business. It's going to impact your value proposition. It's going to impact teaching and learning. And here is a school, right, that has embraced this powerfully, right, in different dimensions. I am super honored this morning, right, to bring into the studio Mr. Tom. Yeah, just a moment. All right. Hi, Mr. Tom.
Hello, how are you, Adebayo?
Yeah, I'm doing very well. I'm doing very well. Thank you so much. Thank you for doing this again with us. Thank you for
Cool.
agreeing to do this.
It's of course
Yeah,
a huge honor to be with you. Thank you so much for inviting me.
yeah, thank you. All right, so I'm going to stop sharing my screen. I had to just pull this up and show this because it's always exciting anytime I get to talk about it. All
Hi,
right.
I'm signaling hello to you.
Yeah, yeah. Thank you, Dr. Tom. I'm really so excited, and I can't wait to get off the studio and just allow you to take us on that journey. In the next 10-15 minutes thereabout, just based on what works for you, you can let us in into that journey, speaking to school leaders, and once that session is over, I'll step in for the question and answer period. Is that okay?
Yeah, that sounds absolutely spot on. How's my
All right,
microphone?
great, 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 great,
Right.
great, great. Yeah, thank you, Dr. Tom. So over to you, Dr. Tom.
Okay, over to me. Thank you so much, Adebayo. That's very, very kind of you. I have been asked to speak for a short amount of time to explain to you some of the things that have been happening, some of the secrets that we have at Cottesmore. But first of all, I will introduce myself. So my name is Tom Rogerson. I am the head teacher or headmaster of a school called Cottesmore School, and it's a traditional boarding school in West Sussex. And it is in the countryside. It looks very traditional. It's got, me wearing a tie and a suit, and we have wood paneling, and it all looks very traditional and as if it comes from somewhere from the past. And you would be right. It is very, very rooted. It is very, very has those traditions right at its core. But I'm going to tell you later on how we're different from that sentiment, and how we have progressed, and how we are shifting on, how we are signaling and shifting to bring ourselves into the intelligence age. So Cottesmore is also has many aspects to it. We're very sporty. We're very creative. We encourage social intelligences, and culturally, we're very. It's very rich culturally, i.e., there's a lot culturally going on at Cottesmore. Yes, with a UK culture and English culture, but also we're drawing in lots of other cultures. So that is Cottesmore. Look it up on LinkedIn, or look it up on Google, and you'll see that it's a very, very beautiful place. But I'm going to tell you how, and the secrets of what we've been doing to drag ourselves into the 21st century, or the age of intelligence. So personally, quick history on me. My name is Tom Rogerson. As I say, I've been teaching since the age of 15, and I've always been an educator. I've sort of for a year or so, I went into the music industry when I was younger, the early 20s. But apart from that, I've always been an educator, always been a teacher. And so I was educated at Cottesmore, this school that we're seeing here, and I was educated at a school called Eton, and then various other things and places, university education. I ended up at Cambridge, St Catherine's College, Cambridge, doing the education part of my journey. And so I've been a head teacher, I've been a leader for 18 years, and I suppose you could describe me as quite a creative soul, a creative person. I'm a songwriter, I'm a painter, and I'm constantly thinking in very creative ways. And that's part of what I want to tell you about today. So what Adebayo wants me to talk about is all of the things that we've been doing that are very exciting and that are very innovative. And that is absolutely correct. We have been very innovative. We've been at the heart of innovation in education for the last 2 or 3 years. And there have been many aspects to that, which we've engaged with. First of all, one of the secrets I think I need to share is that when you're managing a school, or when you're managing an educational setting, everything comes from culture. Culture is first. Ideas, where you want to go, what you want to be, and the culture that will take to get you there. The culture comes first, and the systems feed into that. The systems come second. So the culture leads the systems. I believe that you need joyful people and clear guardrails and very useful tech. And we will come into that. Useful AI, useful tech. We'll come there in a little bit. But culture first is the overriding message, vision, culture, and that's where you need a very energetic and brave leader, and as somebody who's courageous, somebody who is unafraid to lead and push innovation. So that's what I wanted to talk about now. So what have we been doing? I'll try and be quick because this can be quite a long chat about our innovation at Cottesmore, but it's 3 years ago, maybe 4 years ago. We've been fairly innovative before that, but 3 years ago, the first thing that happened was that we appointed or advertised to appoint a head of AI. At the time, that was extraordinary. Now I think that's more usual. But it's that looking forward, it's that looking at the signals, trying to shift into those signals that's so important. And so that was news at the time that we were appointing a head of AI. And then we did various things within the school. We were looking at AI, and it's all about Adebayo. As you know, we are very, very interested in the conversation. We're not necessarily saying all children, especially our age children, should be using AI every second of the day. We're definitely not saying that. We're saying we need to, as leaders, have the conversation, and that is the overriding message. But what we did, or what we have been working on, 3 years ago, we appointed an AI principal head teacher, as it was called at the time. We very quickly developed that and developed it to be called, well, it had a name at the time, and it was quite anthropomorphic, it was quite human. And so we changed it from being anthropomorphic and human into something that was called the AI Leadership Bot. And it was called ABBY, the AI Strategic Leadership Bot. And so that was a big story at the time, and it still remains quite a big story out there. But the point is, it was created to start a conversation and to help other leaders understand what AI can do for us, and how AI can make our lives easier as school administrators, as entrepreneurs, as people running schools, as managers. How can technology make our lives better? And this was all part of that push forward and innovation in that way. So apart from that, one of the things we've been doing is, as Adebayo knows, we are gathering people to have conversations. And I think that's what Adebayo excites him so much, is this idea that we need to draw people together. We need to have conversations all the time about what these signals mean. Translating these signals is hugely important, because I think you can go off the beaten path, you can go off down the wrong track, or you can go down the right track. And I think you need constant touch points with other people to translate the signals, so you're not translating them in an incorrect way. So I think that's very important, to draw people in, to keep on having conversations, keep on having short and sharp meetings with people within your setting, but also draw people in, create advisory panels, create tech advisory panels, create emotional advisory panels. Draw people's expertise in. Create hubs within your community. I think that's really important. It's something we talked about last time round, these conversations and these drawing people together. So what we did at Cottesmore to embody that is that we started to have these days where we had people from all around the world come to us, very much like Adebayo is doing with us right now, to come to us to talk about this innovation, to talk about what is safe, what is good, what is not good. A lot of the conversations, especially these days, are about the difficulties of AI and the difficulties of the technology and the warnings of the technology. And there are many warnings that we have to learn. And maybe we can talk about those later on, Adebayo. But that's what Cottesmore has done. We've drawn people together. We've had 6 days of AI, world-class AI education for the industry, and you were very welcome to come. It was open, it was live streamed a bit like this, but also we had it at the same time we had it in the school. And people like Sir Anthony Selden and various people, Dan Fitzpatrick, who was very famous AI educators, they were very much part of this, and they were speaking. And so that was driving the conversation, but also driving our use of technology, or holding us back from certain ways of using technology that are harmful, and that's as important as using the right technology. So these are the sort of things. We've also created projects. Again, secrets. The secret is be bold, be courageous. And I think that's it. But at the same time, stay true to your values. That is enormously important. I think your customers will appreciate it if you stay true to your culture, if you stay true to yourselves, your mission, your vision. And that's why it's so important when I say culture first. You've got to have that culture embedded in your school. You've got to get that culture first. And you need to spend a huge amount of time thinking about the vision and the culture and where you want to go. And then you use the the technologies, and then you use the systems, and then you use these things to drive you forward. You can't use the tools and you can't use these things until you have the vision and the culture sorted first. So my huge advice to anybody starting or leading or trying to make their educational setting thrive into 100 years into the future is spend much more time creating the culture, creating the vision, really understanding where you're going and why you're doing it. And I can't overemphasize that enough, because then everything will flow from that, whether you use technology or not, whether you use AI or not, everything will flow from that in a very exciting and driven way. So that's my advice, or that's my secret for excellent school leadership, or thriving schools, or thriving education establishments. It's really important that you have leaders who keep on coming back to the vision, keep on coming back to the culture, and embodying that themselves, but also driving that, and not relenting. Do not relent. Do not let other forces or other ideas or situations drive you away from that vision. Keep onto that vision, keep driving away at that vision. Make sure, yes, that vision is a good vision. Make sure it's full of love and energy and driving the world and also your education setting down a good path. Don't get me wrong, that is hugely important as well. But get your vision sorted, and then everything else will follow. So what else have we been doing? So we put together some AI competitions. So an AI-based future school competition. So children created the school of their dreams, and then they competed against other individuals, and people voted for the right school, and then that went to an international competition which we ran called My Future School, and then we had a winner. That winner happened to be in Switzerland, and we had entries from Africa, and we had entries from America, and we had entries from the Far East, and it's we had entries from all corners of the globe, and that was fantastic. But again, it took courage, it took energy, and it took a lot of work. While everybody else was carrying on with their traditional everyday goings on, it takes a lot of work, takes a lot of courage, and you drive through. So that's a little bit of a secret, is that if you want to be innovative, I think what you should do is you should get maybe a couple of supporters, and you should drive something to happen, or drive your idea forward in a small niche way first, and then you draw everybody on board later. And so you see how it works, you can beta check it, you can test it, and then that innovative idea, either it's a great idea or it's not a great idea. And so then you've tested it, and then everybody else can come on board. So you're not trying out ideas. You're not trying out ideas that are going down the wrong paths. So get a few people on board, trial it, try it out, and then go for it after that. So what else did we do? We created an AI faculty, AI bot faculty, so bots to help every department in the school. So that was the AI bot faculty, and we've done various other things to drive the idea of AI helping us forward. Do I think AI teachers teaching children is a good idea? That's probably another podcast. I don't think swapping teachers out for AI teachers is a good idea. In fact, I think it is a rather terrible idea. Do I think AI could help us as teachers, as heads, as leaders? Could it help us with the signals and shifts? Yes, I do think that. Should we be in control of that? Yes, I do think we should be in control of that. And I think technology and AI should be our benevolent servant. Should it be leading? Should it be teaching the children? I don't think it should. But could it be very helpful to us? And is it very helpful to us? Yes, it is. So I think it always has to be there as a benevolent support, as a benevolent servant, this technology. And that is something to keep. That's another secret that needs to be very high on the agenda. We are driving. The humans are driving other humans, even if it's considered to be better or worse. The AI teacher, we've all seen these AI bots attempting to teach children. Morally, it is better that a human teaches another human. I think we could probably hopefully all agree on that. We need to be at the very, very core. Human relationships, human love, human warmth is the most important thing when humans are being taught. So I think that's a very, very important thing. And again, it's all about the conversation. So it's all back to the conversation, all back to deciding what is right and what is wrong. So keep having that conversation. That's another secret. Keep having that conversation with your colleagues, with your friends, with staff members, even with the children. We have debates quite regularly. We're just about to have another debate on AI. And interestingly enough, the strength of feeling about AI is very strong now. And there are people with lots and lots of different views now. And so the debate is going to be very challenging and very interesting, very exciting. And so I just wanted to, Adebayo, I don't know if you feel I can move on to another aspect of innovation and driving forward innovation. But I'll now talk about always having your eye on multiple areas. So we are very sporty. We've got huge grounds and grass, and we play cricket, and we build dens outside. We go paddleboarding in our lake, which is literally just over there. But two things I wanted to talk about. I wanted to talk about innovation, and part of that innovation is, and the secret of Cottesmore, and the secret of in my mind, good leadership, is the art of and this is a hugely important part of Cottesmore life. And this is why I have a cushion with an ampersand on the screen right now. The art of is very important to Cottesmore School life. And by that I mean, yes, we are outside playing rugby, we're playing cricket, we are being physical, we're understanding how to lead through maybe trying to win a football match. We think it's a hugely important part of education. But, and this is the, sorry, not but, there is another phenomenon called esports. And there is another phenomenon called gaming. And gaming in the world is huge, absolutely megalithic. It is enormous. Billions of people are gaming. Now, whether you like it or not, the children of the world are gaming. And what Cottesmore thought was a good idea was to be part of that, so that we could steer it morally, or however you want to say, morally or in practice, where we wanted it to go. And so we created the world's first exclusively prep school aged children esports tournament or championship. And so we drove that, and that happened last year, and it was a huge success. It was a huge success because it was child driven. There was a certain autonomy for the children. They understood it, they loved it, they could teach us. That was one of the fantastic things. So listening, I suppose another secret is listening to what the I suppose customers, or listen to what the people are saying within the school. What are they? Because traditionally Cottesmore would be much more about academic study and the sporting piece and all of this stuff. But we listened and we observed, and we saw the children were really, really into gaming and gaming platforms. And so we created this championship, this global championship. It turned out to be. It was the first one was national. The second one, the next term, was an online one, and that was international. We had people from South Africa, we had people from Europe, we had people from China, and they were all coming and they were all joining in with this thing. And so it was very hugely global and inclusive. And so it went with this passion for understanding what the children want and what the children are into or what they're asking for. It became a hugely exciting global phenomenon, this esports tournament. It's called Cotty Sports, and you're very welcome when we do our next Cotty Sports online. You're very welcome to join and be part of it. I won't go into what the games are that we play right now because we probably don't have time to do that. But this, again, it was innovation, it was excitement, it was listening. We did a lot of listening to the children, and we're still playing cricket. And there I come to another thing. I come to the art of and. The art of and is so hugely important because we are multi-dimensional beings. We aren't just one thing. We aren't just about maths and football and that's it. We are multi-dimensional beings. And this whole thing of being out there, maybe being in the choir, singing a top C, and then an hour later you're out playing rugby. If you are into, playing football and you're a very high-level footballer, it shouldn't preclude you from being really into, let's say, playing FIFA on your Xbox or whatever it is, or gaming of various varieties. So that's the thing. We can be great painters, and we can also be great mathematicians. So being a good painter doesn't stop you from being a good mathematician. In fact, if you bring them together, if you draw those two things together, it is incredibly explosive, incredibly creative, incredibly exciting to bring all these things together. And that is why Cottesmore's art of and philosophy, its secret, is so powerful. And this is why we believe that AI can help us. And also we believe it has its place, and it should be in its place, and it should be our benevolent servant. And so both things are true. Do I like it or dislike it? It's irrelevant if I like it or dislike it. What it is, it can be helpful, and it needs to be in its place. There are two ideas that can come together. So do we like technology at Cottesmore? We like technology as much as the next school. But we have a very, very strong conversation about it. We're well renowned now for having very, very strong conversations about it. But we also like building dens in the grounds. We also like getting out onto the grass, playing tennis on our grass tennis courts, going swimming in the swimming pool. So it's the art of and that I think is so powerful and says everything that needs to be said. That's one of the secrets that I wanted to put across. But I think one of the important things, Adebayo, is by holding courage, and this is another art of and, by holding courage and care together, I think is very important. Innovation doesn't have to mean chaos. It can mean curiosity with purpose. And I think that's you were just about to come in there, so shall I stop and you can come back in and perhaps ask me some questions?
Yeah, please go ahead. Please go ahead. Right, I'm loving the conversation. Right, just like Jeffrey is saying from LinkedIn. Jeffrey is saying fabulous insight from Tom. I mean, this is so insightful, right? You are touching on very real secrets, and I think I should allow you finish before I step in. So let me step away for now.
So where would you like me to go? If there are any questions, or would you like to help? Because there's so much to say.
Yeah.
Help by asking some questions, because there's quite a lot in there.
Yeah, absolutely.
Focus down on.
Yeah, I mean, I so much love how Curtis Moore School has embraced design thinking, because I hear you saying that you need to listen. You need to listen. You talked about the fact that previously you've got academics, you've got sports, and some other things. But then, because it was a culture, you talked about culture too as well, right? So I mean, I saw the culture of design thinking, and I saw the fact that you listen again and again, to just find out what the latest needs might be, from the consumer or the customer's perspective, and just seeing how you're going to integrate that. And then when you talked about gaming, I was like, there you go. I was like, there you go, because really, like you said, gaming is a big deal, right? Um, I read the reports and the stats around things like gaming and how it's affecting, young people, their social life and things like that. And so, I think the first question I would like to ask, in that regard, um, is that, what's you talked about listening. So, as a school leader, right, I want to get into that space where I am listening to my environment. I'm listening to the student, right? What's the easiest way to do that? Just to make sure that I'm able to catch, such kind of signals. How would you respond to that?
Yeah. So listening is incredibly difficult. I'm not saying any. Okay, I'm not saying any of this is particularly easy. I'm
Yeah.
not. Well, you should do this, and it's easy.
Mm,
I do find listening very difficult sometimes. But um, what 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 I mean by listening is gathering thoughts, and you don't have to necessarily be a good listener to people speaking.
mm,
It could be openness. I think is what I mean. But obviously, I do. I do have to, as a head, as a leader, I do have to listen. You have two ears and one mouth. They say, don't you? And I think listening is hugely important. But who do you listen to, Adebayo? I think that is a big question. You can listen to the King Charles. You can listen to Geoffrey Hinton, the
mm,
godfather of AI. You can listen to these very important people.
mm,
And I think and you need to hear what they're saying, and you need to really cogitate, and you need to, take that on. I also think huge amounts of truth and dynamism can come from listening to a 5-year-old. They
mm,
remind you, you've got to listen to it in a different way, but they can remind you of something that is far more important than anything that Geoffrey Hinton could ever teach you.
mm,
And it's what they need, what they want, maybe some piece of extraordinary philosophy sometimes comes out of the mouth of a 5-year-old.
mm,
And you've got to be open for those moments of ignition. And that's
mm,
what I say. It doesn't always, these wonderful moments of spark and explosion don't always come from Christopher Hitchens, or somebody who is renowned for being incredibly academically intelligent. It doesn't
mm,
always, often does come from those places, but it doesn't
mm,
always come from those places. And sometimes these moments of ignition, these massive creative explosions, come from listening to a very unlikely source. So
mm,
I'd say that's the key. Just keep an open mind. Keep
mm,
listening to the children in your care. If you already have a school, not if you're opening up a school, but if you already have a school, keep listening. Sometimes the ideas are insane, but even in an insane idea, there can be an element, a sliver of truth in
mm,
that insane idea. And so
mm,
I think that's really key. So be really open when you're listening. I'm not saying listening is easy. Sometimes it's difficult, but even from the most unlikely sources, you can get these signals from the most unlikely sources. Like,
mm,
we took it on AI. My unlikely source was my 12-year-old nephew, and I ignored him. I told you
mm,
before, I ignored him. He was an AI sort of wizard. No, not an AI wizard. He's a tech wizard, and he was kept on badgering me about this thing, this Chat GPT thing, and I ignored him. And then finally, and so it was an unlikely source where this
mm.
signal was
Yeah,
coming. These signals can come from extraordinary
unlikely
places.
source.
You would
Mm,
never, unlikely places. So just
mm,
keep an open mind, keep your ears out, and really really be empathetic to those ideas coming from anywhere. They could come from anywhere. That would be my
Wow.
piece of advice.
Hmm.
And they have come. All of our innovation, this whole AI principle thing that turned into the AI leadership bot, it came from unlikely sources. This creativity came from unlikely sources. When it comes together with your experience and your own thinking, it can be this explosive thing that you move forward with.
Wow, Mr. Tom, well, that was so powerful. That was so powerful. These signals come from unlikely sources, external sources, and just keeping an open mind. Yeah, I know that every school leader listening right now is going to be so grateful for that information you just released. Yeah, I mean, you're making it very raw and very practical. Like, this is how it happens. Thank you so much. And of course, so taking that deeper, so you've touched on, like, where these signals come from, and when you catch these signals, and then what's the next thing that happens, right? So you're trying to convert that signal to a strategy. So how do you convert these signals to a strategy internally within your system? How do you then gradually begin to make it embedded into the system, and till it gets to a point where it becomes like a product, something that is tangible within the system internally?
Yeah. Are you talking about when you're starting up an educational setting, or are you talking about when you already have one and you're developing?
Yeah. So let's talk about the former.
The former. So you're starting something up.
Yeah.
Okay. So that's much more difficult, because when you've already got administrators, you've already got a team, then the most important thing is to keep on having your powerful vision and your and making sure that your culture is absolutely crystal clear, and the painting of that culture is crystal clear. It does apply. Then so you've already got people, and so that you can apply that, and they can read that, and they can see that. If they like it, they'll stay. If they don't like it, they'll go, and somebody else who does like it will come. And so you have this incredibly strong team. Now, a startup is a very different thing. So you are, Adebayo, we've both done podcasts.
Yeah.
So we know we're the chief cook and bottle washer. We're the leader, and we're also getting the broom out, and we're sweeping and making sure the buttons clicked and all this sort of stuff. So it's a much, much harder question. But the message still stays exactly the same. Your vision has to be even more strong, because what you're going to have to do is elicit a lot of goodwill. When you're starting something up, you need a huge amount of goodwill, and you will only get goodwill from other people coming in and doing administrative things for you. In a startup, you can't pay people much, unless you've got a huge funding, of course. But usually in a startup, you can't pay people much, and you have to have the income coming in before you then employ another person. And so your vision, so it's the same answer really, but you have to triple down on your vision. You have to triple down on your values, your culture, your vision. So you attract, like a magnet, other people who are going to be excited by your vision. And so that's the first thing to be sorted. Just go back to it every day. Work on your vision. Work on your culture every single day. Then I'm not necessarily I'm very, very strong on vision and action. But when it comes to administration, I really appreciate other people. Let's put it that way. I really appreciate paperwork done by other people. And so that level of delegation has to come through the vision. It has everything has to come through that vision and through that culture. And so understanding yourself is massively important. Understanding what your skills and exciting sort of characteristics are, and also what you could develop, or what I'm really saying is what your weaknesses are. And so if your weakness is literally dotting the I's and crossing the T's and that administrative thing, you can't get away. Regulation, especially in the UK, I don't know what it's like with you, but the regulation in the UK is such that you have to be on your game. Regulation is so tight, so tight. So you have to draw in, you have to understand yourself. That's the big thing. You have to draw people in who will be good. If you are a great administrator and you don't have the energy and the charisma and the vision and the cultural drive, then you need to be leading through that fastidiousness. You need to be leading through that that paperwork driven excellence, and then you need to draw in whoever it is that you need that can be that fireball, that can be that explosive, exciting person that can drive people with a vision. And so it does. You can lead if you are a very, very strong administrator. You can lead if you are an enormously excitable, energetic person. You can lead if you are a wonderful sportsman that understands hard work is, all about hard work and drive and whatever. You can lead whatever your character is. You just need to draw those excellent people in around you, but you can't really do that unless you know yourself. Yeah. So you can't draw in. I don't want another person like me, because there'll be a hole in the administration of a small school. So I need to draw in those characters and those people who are superb in their own right. They are absolutely superb, and they wouldn't really want to constantly be thinking about driving or innovation and thinking of ways to thrive into the future. They just want to get the thing that they've got right, that those in the immediate present. And so those two people coming together, again, the art of and, the power and the art of and together. You need that person, that creative and that communicator, and you need that person who is going to who's going to get. It's very hard with a startup. Because you have to be all of those people.
Absolutely. Thank you. Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much, Mr. Tom. And so one more question before we get close to wrapping this up. I mean, right now, I know school leaders are thinking about the issue of AI internally within the system, and now it can influence, let me put the question this way. So two ways. So first to you, what is the greatest benefits that you have gotten from AI? Probably that can just be a catch for school leaders. They can just leverage on such. What's the greatest benefit you've gotten from AI that you think that school leaders will also get personally, like on a personal level, from your engagement with AI? And then on the other side is as regards how you've seen AI transform teaching and learning within the environment at Cottesmore, right? But let's start on the first one. On a personal level, what are the benefits that you've gotten from AI and that you think that school leaders should latch on?
Well, there are very direct benefits to using AI, and that is that you have, whether people like it or not, or whether this is morally correct or ethically correct, you have an instantaneous consultant on every single possible subject in the world. So I wanted to drill a water borehole. Okay, so I had some consultancy, not that it was all correct, mind you, but I had some consultancy at my fingertips, and I knew what I was talking about from nothing. I didn't know anything about boreholes. It is, by the way, a very, very complicated art, drilling for water. But I became instant. In 10 minutes, I had a huge amount of information. So we have, whether we like it or not, or whether people think this is morally correct or ethically correct, we have consultants at our fingertips. It is hugely.
I like that.
That's a benefit. Some people are very angry about that because obviously consultants themselves, and do they have a job? And of course, the answer is yes. Of course, they have a job, because you need that human contact. You need that real life situation, human contact to make the thing work. So I don't think, anyway, that's another huge moral sort of debate that we can have another time. So the benefits, so you can apply that to, let's say you want an art a teacher consultant, and that's exactly what we made. We made the faculty bot. So that is what it is. It's a consultant. It's the consultancy piece, and that is what the AI principal teacher was. It was a 24-hour consultant, and that's the point I was trying to make. So we can write policies. Be very, very careful. Everybody knows this now. It's 3 years later, but be very careful with with details that you put into AI. We don't want to train it on people's personal information. Do not do that. Be really, really careful with safeguarding and all sorts of things. Never put personal information into it. But you can write a very sound policy, and it can make you think about inclusivity, inclusion, in a completely different light, if you wanted to, in a policy. So you can say, bring in an inclusion policy written by government into this, and it includes that. So it saves, no matter what people can think, it saves time, and also it helps you to be inclusive, and it helps with sort of thinking, that sort of philosophy on subjects such as inclusivity. So I think the benefits are extremely clear, but the secret is to not lose yourself in it, and to have humans at the center of what you do. Put it down, let it go. You don't need your phone, you don't need your computer the whole time. Just be with humans without technology often, if not the majority of the time. Don't let it control things. And the second question was, the second question was what?
Yeah, was about teaching and learning. So you've pretty much touched on how it impacts you personally in terms of benefits. So for teaching and learning, how has it played out? What are the key signals for us to note here?
Yeah, so we're still pretty skeptical about children using AI themselves, especially at the age up to the age of 13. There are guardrails already there, there are regulations already there, and there are suggestions already there on the websites. And so the children using AI themselves is there's a lot of skepticism, including my own skepticism around that. And it has to be unbelievably safe if you want a child at that age to use it. In terms of the teachers, it is transformative, hugely transformative. I think it can be overused, and I think it can be, if you don't put enough work into it, I think it can be very, very obvious that you haven't put enough work into a piece of AI assisted work. But it can be extraordinary. It can be transformative, what it can do. And you don't have to put people's names in it, because that's not the right thing to do. But you can transform a scheme of work. You can transform a lesson plan very specifically, guided towards somebody's specific needs. And I think this is an area, again, inclusion, special educational needs. This is a massive area of development, and this is absolutely categorically what I know teachers at Tottenham have been doing. They've been creating bespoke resources, and whether people are cynical about it or not, it doesn't matter, because it's GDPR isn't affected, safeguarding isn't affected, because it's the adult doing this. And I know, because my own child has been the beneficiary of somebody's resource that they've made for him. He's super into football. Suddenly, all the quite dry resource that was there before, it's about football. He's also got this need and that thing and whatever. And it was, the resource was created for him. And it was a story about something specifically that had names that he knew in it. And so suddenly, these resources are completely accessible. And I don't know quite how one could be cynical about that. If the teacher is creating the resource, printing it out, giving it to the child, or it's in a safe way being given to the child, it's not clear how somebody could be cynical about it, because it's so directed and it's so powerful. So it's this bespoke nature of resources that you can create for children, and it's happening, and it's not a theory anymore. 3 years ago, I'd say it was a theory, and when we talked last, it was sort of a theory, and now it's just. The thing is, it's not that weird anymore. People are just doing it. It's not that innovative. It's not that exciting anymore. It's just using it and trusting it to a certain extent. It's the art of and. Trusting it enough, distrusting it also enough. Going, we want this. We want this bespoke resource. This is ridiculously awesome, this bespoke resource. Hang on, but what about GDPR? What about safeguarding? Don't let the child use the wrong things. So
Mm.
it's got to be that balance, and life is always a balance. So AI is exactly the same thing. It's a tool we can use. You can use a knife to cut a piece of steak, or you can use a knife to do something terrible. It's sort of the same thing. AI. There's lots and lots of arguments to have about AI, but it's our responsibility to use it in a really, really exciting way and a really safe way. And we do at Cotsmore. We are doing that now. So that's how the teachers are using it. And they're using it in their planning. If there's some piece of legislation that's come in, they might include that piece of legislation within their planning or within their scheme of work, whatever, by, again, GDPR safe, safeguarding safe, by introducing it like that. Because, documents of law can be very, very complicated. And we're not all lawyers. And so that can be very, very, very useful.
Wow. Yeah, that's a lot there, Mr. Tom. Yeah, thank you. Thank you for sharing these very practical stories, insights into how you have, managed this innovation, talking about AI at leadership level, at classroom level, teaching and learning, and how these things are playing out. And I can feel how this is already giving a school leader out there the confidence to say, come on, I can do this. Come on, let's go try it. Let's go try it. Let's go try it. Right? I can feel that already right now because yeah, that's what you've done, right? The courage, the confidence to just step forward, right? With all of these insights put together and just make sure that the environment is more innovative and and safe. Again, with the things you've mentioned, the cautions and the things around there. Thank you so much, Mr. Tom. Before I let you go, I think for me, one of the things that stood out for me today, it's when you talk about signals coming from unlikely sources. I think that was like a key thing that stood out for me today. Of course, for everyone in the audience, can you please put in the in the chat room something that stood out for you from Mr. Tom's session? We're going to put a feedback link on the screen as well. Do feel the feedback from just for this session immediately. So thank you so much, Mr. Tom. Thank you for your time. Yeah, yeah. And there's one thing I love about Cotsmore too, is about the branding, right? Whenever I see the two colors, is it the blue and the pink, the two colors? I mean, I love it. The combination of the colors. Whoa!
Yeah, got that going. I've got socks on, but I'll probably fall over if I try to show you this.
I mean, I just love the combination of the colors. Every time I see it, I'm like, that's Cotsmore again.
For people who are listening, who are starting up, or for maybe new to leadership, or even not new to leadership, I think don't even think about AI until you are really, really confident with your vision and with your culture. I think get the culture sorted. Spend weeks. Get that culture sorted first, and then it will come true. Then it will be explosive after that. Be courageous. Get your culture sorted, and then you can drive it forward however you feel.
Yeah, powerful, right?
I could take my own medicine at the moment on that. I need to go away and be a hermit and have a rethink about the values. But
yeah. Amazing. That was so real, so raw, so practical, and so insightful. Thank you, Mr. Tom. I'm going to let you go. I won't keep you beyond now. Thank you for being a part of this year's conference. All right. And of course, there's a lot for me to catch up with. Right. I'll come after you. There's a lot I need to catch up with, but this has been so mind blowing. Thank you for your time with us.
And be joyful.
Yes. Absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Tom. Wow. So let me bring Bisayo in. Yeah. Hi, Bisayo. How are you doing? Wait. I cannot hear you, Bisayo. If you're speaking, I don't know why. We're about to bring in the next speaker. Still not yet. Still not yet. Don't worry, we'll sort it out, right? Let me just try to bring up the next speaker, but we'll sort it out.
All right.
Okay, it's working now. Right? But don't worry. Let me just try to bring up the next speaker. And,
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Because of, yeah, cool. Thank you. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I'm super excited, right? The first session, right? But I'm even more excited, right, about the second session, right? Yeah, this is a good way to start the conference, right? Um, we just a second. One of the things we believe in strongly is the fact that there has to be a balance. You know, our vision at EAZY-DIGI is closing the gap between school, society, and the workplace. And so one of the things we set out to do was we knew that there was no way that education could be complete without bringing in experts from the workplace into the conversation, right? I totally believe that the education conversation cannot be complete until we bring in experts from the workplace into the conversation, right? And that led us to uh, you know, to look out and try to see, what is going on currently. And and that's also why in this conference annually, right, we have a session that is specially preserved, right, for experts in the workplace, who are bringing in insight, current insight and data into the conversation to say this is where the workplace is. These are the kind of talents we need. This is the role that education has to play at K-12 level, right, in preparing people for the workplace, right? Just so that that gap is actually closed, right? And so I am I'm so excited today about this second session where we're talking about building talents for the intelligent age and the role of K to 12, right? In this regard, um, I'm going to say a few things quickly about the speaker, Oluwakemi Shonubi, who is popularly known as the HR storyteller. She's currently the director, um, people, culture, experience, and operations at TVC Communications. Right, TVC Communications is a leading media platform, right, in Africa, and so she's a board advisor on people and strategy matters. She is a board advisor at Tech for Africa. She is a member of the Association of Elite HR Professionals. She's a mentor at the Mentor Africa Foundation, member of the Women in Tech Nigeria community. She is a full member of the Chartered Institute of Personnel Management and also a member of the Nigeria Institute of Training and Development, a certified management consultant, and a fellow of the Institute of Management Consultants. She way back as the last 2 decades, she has been in the workplace and she has amassed a whole wealth of experience that is so important to us in this conference. So every year, we try everything we can to make sure that we bring her into the room because that wealth of experience, especially coming from the media space, is very important to us, right? I'm going to bring up, Kemi in a bit, and I have a question I must ask her before she starts the presentation. Uh, Hello, ma'am.
Hi, Bio. How are you?
Yeah, I'm very well. I'm very well. Good morning. It's good to see you
Good
again.
morning.
Thank you. Thank you
Yes,
for your time.
it is. I was listening and I was just like, this Bio needs to start paying me a lot of money.
Yeah,
Hi,
you're
how are
right.
you?
Yeah,
Thank
you're
you
right.
so much. Thanks for
Very
the
well.
opportunity to always share. It's always a
Yeah,
pleasure sharing here and being a part of this community. Thank you very
yeah,
much.
absolutely, absolutely. So I have a question I must ask you before we go into the presentation. Before I ask the question, do you want to share your slides from your end, or you want me to
Yes,
share
I, I
from
would
your
I
end?
will try
Perfect.
to share.
Yeah,
I
it's gonna
hope
work.
that okay,
Yeah, it's gonna
no
work.
problem.
It's gonna work. Yes, to my question. I can't wait to ask the question. Right.
Go
So
ahead.
I know that there are two gates into every society: the school and the media. Right. Whatever school is not talking about, whatever the media is not making visible, can really become a norm in the society. So when I saw TVC showing like AI news, something around AI, like TVC was gonna incorporate AI into the newscasting and stuff like that. I was like, what's going on here? Like what's going on? Right? The media is about to give us a run again, right? And I was very curious to really know what's going on there and what that means because I feel like it's a signal that you're sending to the education space, right? If that level of innovation is already available in the media space, right, then right, but I mean, I'm just curious. Can you tell us? Can you say a bit about that and what it looks like? Okay, okay, she's back. Yeah, I think you're back. Okay, great.
Yes, I'm back.
Great.
Connection
Yeah.
just blew off for
Okay, great.
So you asked me a question. I
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I was saying that when I saw the update from TVC as regards AI newscasters, newscasting, and things like that, right? I saw the update on LinkedIn, and I was like, wow, what's going on there? Like, I mean, in Nigeria, that's like the first. I think in Africa, I would say pretty much from what I've seen, I've not seen. That's like very innovative. Can you say a
Yeah.
bit about that? Because I'm very curious.
Without spilling trade secret, is at the core of our values at TV. And for us, you can't we are not leading from.
Hmm.
We position ourselves as lead space. Yes, TVC Communications is leading the pack by instituting, implementing the first AI anchors in 5 languages. So we have in English, in Pidgin, in Yoruba, in Igbo, and in Hausa. And what it just means is you have AI anchors. Believe that it's not so much for show off. It isn't from a show off.
Hmm.
If any isn't, move on dark ages. We can't talking about the intelligent age, which is one of the things we're talking about. Embracing changes. So I tell you boldly, a lot of people have listened to us to know doing and glean from that in the bio. Can you hear me?
Yeah, sure, I can hear you. But there was a glitch there, but I can hear you now. It's very fine now. Yeah, it's very fine now. Yeah, thank you for sharing that. I understand, and I mean, it's so inspirational. I must confess. All right, for me, it sends a wave. Yeah, it's so inspirational. So we're gonna get into the presentation. Maybe after the presentation, I'll also bring in some things in that regard because I feel like it's a very signal for the education sector to catch up with. Many things are changing. So I'm going to step out of the room, but before then, you can try to share your slides. So I just bring it on the screen before I step aside. Is that okay?
All right.
Great. So I think we're good. So you can try to share your slides now. So I bring it on the screen before I leave the room for you.
All right. So just a minute. Let's see if we're going to have some difficulty. So there seems to be a problem with me sharing. Bio, can you hear me?
Sure, I can hear you.
It's from your end, it's saying there's a problem with me sharing. So let me send again the updated version.
Okay.
I don't know why we always have this issue.
Fine.
Please confirm from your end that you're giving me sharing rights. Actually, it seems to be a problem. Bio. Bio, can you hear me?
Okay. Oh my God. Yeah, I think I'm back now. Um, yeah. Okay. Can you try to share again and let's see if it works now? So while I'm also ready to get.
Just a minute. It seems that the format of the document may not be. It's not lining up. That seems to be the problem. So it's only the document on the Chrome tab. I want to try something else.
Yeah.
I didn't want to have to share my entire screen. Do you see? Because it makes it. Let's see how this looks.
Yeah. So we have something on the screen now. Good. 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 Yeah. Yeah. I think it's. So I'm
So
gonna.
does this work for you?
Perfect. Perfect. Perfect.
Awesome.
Yeah. So I'm just gonna stay behind the stage. Is that okay? Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's okay.
Yeah.
All right. I guess I have the floor now.
Yes, you do.
All right. Thank you very much, Bio. Good morning, everyone. Basically, I think my introduction has been done. I'll be speaking to the audience on building talents for the intelligent age and the role of K-12. I'm called the HR storyteller, and obviously it's because I tell a lot of stories using real life scenarios or in the workplace. This is just an outline of my profile that I think had been read by Bio originally. I work with TVC Communications, and I'm the Director of People, Culture, Experience, and Operations, and a member of many professional bodies outlined here. So today we'll be talking about the intelligent age. You know, we say that the intelligent age is here, and I would like to indicate that while setting the context, right? You know, we do live in an intelligent age which already is powered by artificial intelligence. So when everybody says AI, some people always wonder, okay, what's this AI? Artificial intelligence, which is that you're relying on machines, you're relying on automation, robotics, quantum computing, and data. And these are now the things that shape every field. If you picked on when Bio was introducing me, he spoke briefly about some innovation that TVC Communications launched in May. We now have anchors who are termed AI anchors, right? And according to the World Economic Forum 2025, 44% of skills required for work will change by 2030. So creativity, critical thinking, adaptability are now top global skills. We're talking about the new global currency, which is talent plus intelligence and being adaptable. So talent is not enough. Being intelligent is not enough. You need to be able to combine talent, adaptability, and intelligence to say that you can compete globally. So therefore the education systems, and that's one of the reasons that whenever Bio calls me to this, I am so passionate to join, because there has to be a shift. We can't keep doing things the same way and expecting different results. So the education system must evolve, from teaching to pass exams to teaching to solve problems. I'll say that again. We must evolve from teaching to pass exams to teaching to solve problems. Because we must know, there's a famous quote by OECD Economic Outlook, right, in 2024. We are preparing students for jobs that don't yet exist, using technologies that haven't yet been invented, which means that we're no more in the era of saying, oh, you're going to be a doctor, oh, you're going to be an engineer only. It's evolved more than that, because a lot of people in the course of their careers will have more than 1 or 2, 3, 4 jobs, different careers across different bodies, right? There is also an opportunity because we now need to design learning systems that scale to speed. So, what are the global shifts in talent development? The first one is digital skills dominant. About 70% of future roles will require digital capabilities. I was talking about before we were in the information age. Now we have moved to the intelligent age where we're talking about AI, automation. Data now shape every decision. Machines learn, but humans must adapt faster. If you use your typical chat GPT today, put in a prompt into chat GPT, it's what you feed it. It will look and search in its dossier, in its lab, as it were. But you can tidy up the prompt for it to create more information. Now, what we're saying here is that the shifts specifically, almost 70% of future roles will require digital capabilities. The second one, of course, is you must be a lifelong learner. And this is not only for students, because sometimes when I interact with teachers, they're focused on what I'm doing now. This is all I'm doing. I've been doing this for 50 years. I've been doing this for 30 years. This is what we were trained to do. But the reality is that you must evolve. And for you to evolve, continuous reskilling now outweighs single degree pathways. You can't say that, oh, I have a BSc in let's use accounting, and rely on that and not evolve. For example, my BSc is in accounting, but I'm not practicing accounting. Over the years, I've evolved from accounts, I've worked in audit, I've worked in different industries, and I have upskilled. But you must consistently embrace lifelong learning. It outweighs single degree pathways. So you have nations who invest in skills intelligence. For example, Singapore has a skills future. Germany has dual education system, right? The third one is what are the leading countries as stated here? I've mentioned Germany, Singapore, and South Korea are dominating, and they demonstrate national workforce strategies. Finland is also somewhere there, and I'll touch on that later. So, what then is Africa's moment in this intelligent age? What can we say is the gift, as it were, for Africa to capitalize on this intelligent age? Number one is that Africa has the youngest population around the world, because we have 70% of our population that, under 30. That means there is a booming young generation that we need to upskill and invest in. 11 of the 20 fastest growing economies are African. You have tech ecosystems that are booming. Kenya, Silicon Valley or Silicon Savannah. You have Nigeria's Yabacon Valley, and we don't make so much noise about that. And Rwanda's Innovation City. Some of the things you're hearing now from Rwanda, you have the first drone taxi. These are evidence of technology, innovation, intelligent age, being celebrated. We have solar STEM labs in Kenya, because Africa is positioned for the intelligent age. Now, this will just shows us how we can redefine talent for the intelligent age. From creativity, applying ideas to solve new, ambiguous problems. We've moved from 1 plus 1 to 1 plus 1, if you're not careful, is 22. Make it make sense, right? I'm hiring people these days who have BScs in something, but the employer of today and tomorrow is not looking just for you to say, I was first class BSc mathematics. What else are you bringing to your role? Are you someone who is naturally creative, who continues to think out of the box? Nobody's looking for somebody in your team to employ, in your company, your organization, just to fill up the numbers. What you're looking for is problem solvers, solution providers. You have to be curious. And when I talk about these things, I'm not just talking about students. We're also talking about teachers. And I believe that teachers are gleaning information from this session. You must be relentless in learning. Now, when you talk to the Gen Alphas, who I always like to reference, or even the Gen Zs, they always ask you why. The millennials, baby boomers were not necessarily trained to ask why. Sometimes we just do it. But if the workforce that we're leaning towards in the next, what year are we, 5-6 years, you're going to have majority of Gen Zs in your workforce, making up more than 60% of your workforce. It means that at every point in time, we also must relearn, we must upskill. Critical thinking, you can see that these are 4 C's that I have outlined here: creativity, curiosity, critical thinking, collaboration, and EQ. EQ is a new currency. It now ranks above IQ. I'm sure we all know intelligence quotient. It's not enough for you to just be book smart. You must be emotionally intelligent, because it's with emotionally intelligent you're able to leverage on teamwork. You are able to ensure that there's collaboration. We've moved from the age of I myself, I know it all. You must leverage on other people, and those are the 4 C's when we're talking about redefining talent. Therefore, what then does the future of the workforce really look like? How does it look like, from the mix of human and AI collaboration? Because AI can't work on its own without a synergy, a mix, as it were. You must be a problem solver. That is what every organization is looking for, which means that from schools, we must already start to activate the ideology, the concept of problem solving in our children. It must also mean that teachers must poise themselves as problem solvers. Remember, I said that the education system must evolve from just teaching to pass exams to teaching to solve problems. Once you key that in, what it means is that you're building a workforce tomorrow of problem solvers who use creativity and judgment to define challenges. You must be a data literate practitioner. You can't say that you're building your students, your children today for the workforce tomorrow, and you're not building them up with understanding of data. So you must be able to interpret insights and make informed decisions, right? At work now, the type of reports that I demand from the team are not just for you to give me data across the organization, raw data, years spent. I need to be able to make informed decisions. Oh, this category of persons, yes, they've spent XY number of years on the job. This is the things that make them tick. These are the types of benefits that particular sect of persons will appreciate. This is what our audience now is leaning towards. This is the type of material. You must be data literate. And of course, AI collaboration. I was reading this, or rather watching and reading, this report where some people were insisting that, oh, I don't want you to use AI tools to work on that report. I'm going to know. You must open ourselves up now to it's a reality. Insisting that students, of course, you want them to still think, because nobody wants you to dub, in quotes, when I say dub, copy. Just go online, copy and paste. You want people to be creative. You want people to still research. You want people to leverage on prior information and all of that. However, we must also encourage a synergy. So you must be able to detect patterns and automate routine work. AI is meant to assist. It's not meant, because I know one of the conversations everybody has is AI is here to take our jobs. Well, AI will only take the jobs of people who do not know how to use AI. Because what AI is meant to do is meant to serve as a partner, is meant to enhance your work. So, who are the future ready people? Future ready people are tech enabled, data literate, emotionally intelligent, comfortable co-creating with AI for focused on problem solving, not task following. All right. So our teachers as learning designers, you see, I specifically like this part. Teachers are no longer information deliverers. You're not just delivering information. Come to class. This is it. Copy class. No, you are now learning designers, because the educator's role has transformed. You must position teachers as architects of future talents. If you understand architecture, you understand that there's a lot of drawing, there's a lot of mapping, there's a lot of connecting. You must be a facilitator of curiosity. When you come to class, when you interact with your students, are you just giving them something to copy verbatim, word for word, or are you designing an experience that invites experimentation? It's not just giving them assignments. Yes, giving assignments is good, but sometimes I find that even the assignments or the quality of the assignments is still copy and paste. You are not provoking the thought process enough, because what happens is years down the line, when they come to the workplace, they have been stifled in some cases to even think creatively, to even say, let me question, let me critique. There is a innate curiosity in all of us. Sometimes it's cut off if it is not enhanced. A teacher, or rather an educator, is also a coach and mentor. You must be able to guide reflective practice, not just content delivery. You must be able to guide people towards, how do I get better at this thing? Because what happens sometimes is you meet adults who have finished school, and you quickly learn that all they've done through school is that they've been surviving, not thriving. Surviving through the materials shared, surviving through the content. They were just practicing or getting ready for exams year in, year out, without understanding the concept. I don't know if I've shared this story before on this platform, even the previous editions, where years ago I saw this beautiful CV of a first-class student from one beautiful university in this country, and he had first-class mathematics. So I was excited, gleaning. I wanted to meet this individual, and the role we're hiring for was pretty basic. But when I say basic, it means that it's like a graduate trainee role, entry level. All you need is to be someone who was creative, you're curious, you were ready to collaborate, and more importantly, you were ready to expand your knowledge. But I tell you, within the first few minutes, and this had nothing to do with interview jitters, he was confident. It was that his learning in school had not yet been able to infuse how he could be of value to any organization. So yes, he was book smart, he was intelligent, but there was no thinking out of the box for him. There were scenarios that were being painted, it didn't fit, and we didn't hire him. Teachers must also be integrators. You must embed coding, robotics, design thinking, and into learning pathways. Now, I'm sure many people on this call or this session may be like, but I'm not a robotics teacher. I'm not in the IT department. I'm not in ICT. No, you don't have to be in ICT to know that your role has evolved. You now must even showcase that you are a learning designer. It means that the tools that every other person is using to transform and transmit information, you must leverage on them. Ecosystem. We must reimagine schools as labs of curiosity. And it's not only those labs that they wear the white coats for. The whole schooling system must now be designed and thought as a place of curiosity. And trust me, it's when people are curious, they are interested in participating, in being a part of the school. So you must be able to blend creative expression with technical skill. It crosses that's art, tech, science, empathy. There must be a blend. And I'm seeing that in a few schools, but more need to plug in. You shouldn't just say, oh, this is a science student. Yes, it's good to have a lean particular discipline, but there's nothing stopping you from blending, because remember when I started talking, many people in the future of work are different in their careers, will have 1 to 5 in some cases, different learning experiences, different careers. They work in different fields because they are leveraging on a myriad of skills. You must also, as schools, lean towards partnerships, industry partnerships. You have to partner with tech hubs and ed tech startups. I'm seeing now more investment in children, even at secondary school levels, interning when they're on holidays in different organizations, because it's good to expose them early to seeing the environment that they may one day work in. You also see partnerships where organizations are coming into the schooling system to take on a course, to introduce them to entrepreneurship, and just bridge the gap between the real world and classroom. Teachers also must be ready for that brace up, because sometimes we see a lot of educators shy away from engaging with people in the real world of work. They don't know why, but these has to change. And then of course we have to build resilient infrastructure. So from offline first tech, solar powered hubs, and community hubs must extend access. This goes across different areas in Africa, for example, where learning might be becoming difficult for young people to leverage on. So schools as innovation ecosystems is key. Now, the other part, of course, will be, students must be seen as builders, not even consumers, right? When I was talking about schools as innovation ecosystem, it means that schools have to transform their learning environments. Now, for the students must be inspired to see themselves as creators. The students are the ones to create, because they are the ones that will influence the workplace when they leave the schooling environment. So you must learn beyond your grades. You must build, create, and experiment. For you to say that you are a builder, not a consumer, it means that from the very little things, you are thinking of solutions, you're thinking of solving a problem. So beyond, oh, I'm getting A1 plus, which is important, because I think a lot of times we focus on the quality of our grades. It's good. We say it's good because you can compete globally and all of that. And in a bid of focusing on the quality of your grades, we sometimes miss the opportunity for people to learn properly, right? So build projects. You have to build projects, join hackathons. This picture indicates students who are leaning towards the tech space, robotics, building things, and just creating. You must also embrace AI as a partner, not a competitor. And as such, I'm challenging teachers to understand this. Yes, you want your students to think themselves, but AI is here. It's in everything. It's on their phones, it's online. I noticed a few weeks ago, when I'm checking my emails, I realized that there's a feature that summarizes your email for you. I didn't ask for it, but it's there, which means that if I have a lengthy email, I'm on the go, maybe I'm going for a meeting, I'm traveling across a continent, without going into the depths of reading through the email, I can get a 3-line summary and it tells me what I need to know. So if we keep resisting that, does that not mean that we're being left behind? So basically, You have to embrace AI as a partner. Now, also develop digital portfolios showing creativity and problem solving. Online, how am I perceived? What do people see about me? What do people know about me? So when I hear that schools are being invited to regional events, you must also encourage your students to attend these events. Not, yes, debates, and all those other activities, they're fantastic, but the world is moving beyond just going and debating. It's a good skill because you have people who are in the mass comm space that leverage on that. Show and encourage portfolio based assessments and of course their projects. Now, how do we then bridge the digital divide? How do we address Africa's challenges head on? We've already identified that 60% of African students lack digital access. We must then scale access, which is what I was talking about, deploying solar powered labs, ensure there's affordable connectivity and device programs. And these days, these things are achievable with public-private partnerships. A lot of initiatives are being pushed out by Google, Africa Developer Scholarship, MTN Skills Academy. There's so much, but many of us are not researching for the benefit of our students. I was talking to my daughter a few days ago, and I was talking about teaching and teachers and feedback from students from different schools, where we're seeing a lot of people coming into the teaching environment, but they don't genuinely love teaching. It's just a means to an end. And I tell you that what you're doing is you're not doing enough you're not passing on the baton to the next generation, because children know when there is a gap. So teachers have to play more than teaching once again to pass exams. You must teach to solve problems. And what it means is that you yourself must be a problem solver. And being a problem solver means that you must explore these public and private partnerships, local hubs and talent pipelines, right? Create community for spaces, apprenticeships. We're also talking about the role of apprenticeships is dying. And that is why there is a huge gap between when students leave the four walls of school and jumpstart into the workplace. There's a gap because they've not been exposed to the environment. Of course, we must measure and iterate, being able to say that how are we? You must track learning outcomes, and employment rates. You can't be teaching a set of students and not know that I don't think there's any teacher that'll be happy that my students graduated 2024, 2025, and 6 years after, they are not equipped to get into the workforce. You won't be happy to hear about that. Right. Now, some of the real African success stories, I thought it was important to outline this for us to know that a lot of work is being done, but there's still more opportunities. Andela in Nigeria has built or has turned, African youth into world-class software engineers. We have Moringa School in Kenya, who have bridged the gap between education and employability. ALX in Africa, they're doing all sorts of work. I can tell you personally and professionally, we've done a lot of work with ALX. Over the holidays, they had sessions for students, children between age, I think it was 11 to 15, just exposing them to tech skills, because you're building the next gen tech leaders. Now, what are our global inspirations? Because, we need to compare ourselves in Africa and the rest of the world. In Finland, you have, they focus on creativity and student-led learning. Student-led learning. So students are teaching themselves. Students are leading the learning. Doesn't mean that there's no teacher in that space, but what it means is that they've been empowered to teach themselves. In Singapore, you now have national reskilling for teachers. So it means that your curriculum, your content that you developed 5 years ago, and I tell you, I do this. It's like saying I'm invited to speak at this session this year. Bio will confirm that the content I'm presenting here is entirely different from the first session. And it's because you have to consistently look at what is new, what is fresh, what is different. In India, AI has been introduced in high school curriculum. So it's no more a time to say, I know you use AI tools to develop that research. They are saying that we understand AI is a thing that has come to stay. How do we leverage on it? And how do we ensure that from high school, our students are exposed to its use? So these are some of the things on the global level. Therefore, our call to action. We must rethink how we teach, learn, and lead. You can't be teaching your students only to pass exams. You must teach them to solve problems. You must position them to be problem solvers. You must be flexible enough to accept feedback from your students. There's a story of a teacher who had made a mistake on the screen, was showing the class, and the students were saying, "Sir, I think," said, "Don't tell me what I know. When were you born? You don't know anything." And fast forward to the exam, some of the students who thought that the teacher was right failed the question, while the students who challenged the teacher and refused to back down passed. So those students went to meet the teacher and said, "Well, you told us in class, you didn't, you told us that this was the correct answer." And the teacher said, well, you two should have learned on your own. The point I'm trying to say is we must also be receptive to feedback. We must be open to teaching, learning, and leading. The other call to action is collaborate across generations and borders. You will meet all sorts of people. If you had started your teaching career many years ago, it doesn't mean that you won't meet a new set of students who are very different from the previous set. And lastly, Africans' youth are now what we call the new raw material. I'm sure you understand the concept of raw material. Raw material is you go to the market, you buy, plastic in its raw state, or let me not use plastic. You want to go into the textile business, you go and get cotton. It goes through a process before it becomes a fabric, color, design, and all of that. We're now saying that Africa's youth, remember I'd mentioned 70% are over 30 years old across Africa. Africa's youth, they are the new raw material for innovation, which means we're sitting on a huge pile of innovation. Therefore, we need to refine them. We must refine them for the intelligent age, because remember, I've said that there's been a shift from knowledge to intelligence. There's been a shift from information age to intelligent age. In closing, the future belongs to those who prepare for it today. You can't say you're getting to the future and be ready. You must start preparing, because the man or the woman who fails to plan plans to fail. So we must keep building, we must keep believing, and we must keep transforming. Thank you very much. Bayo?
Wow, wow, wow. Wow, that was powerful. That was powerful. There's so much to think about. There's so much to think about. Thank you, thank you, thank you for how you always bring this dimension of insight into the conversation, and just trying to get our heads straight in the education space to say, hey, this is what is going on. We need to catch up with many things. Yeah, I have a number of follow-up questions. Let me
go ahead.
Yeah, the chat room to be sure I'm not. Yeah, I mean some comments here. Yeah, Ganias from YouTube saying yes, rethink how we teach, learn, and solve. A LinkedIn user is saying, "Good morning, everyone. This topic is of great relevance from Brazil." Yeah, thank you. Shay. I think those are the latest comments we have from our online viewers, and of course, a lot of comments will come after us because some persons will watch this session later and all of that. But we get into 50, 60, 70 additional people like that. That's how it goes. So I am looking at something here, um,
Mm,
and that's around the fact that I recently discovered that the Nigerian unemployment rate was reviewed about 3 years ago. Of course, it has reduced. I think one of the highlights of that exercise was the fact that the labor force starts from 15 years. All right, like I saw that for the first time, I was like, wow. So Nigeria is saying that from 15 years old, we expect that you already have the capacity to function in the labor force, right? While in the education space, we haven't gotten that memo, and so I'm seeing something here. So it is suggesting, and just to
mm,
also from what you're saying, that our education system has to now think about what can happen in the first 15 years of a child that will be
mm,
sufficient enough to ensure that by the time a child gets to 15 years old, right, the
mm,
child is able to contribute, right, actively to the
mm.
state of the economy and advancing the economy in that regard. So
Yeah.
while I'm saying this, what are your thoughts, and what do you think it should look like, right? I'm seeing the need for some sort of like a compression or whatever. I don't know, but as an HR expert, what are your thoughts in that regard, as regards that 15 years impact and how to make the most of it, right, to get people more useful right from 15 years old, even in Nigeria.
Hmm. So I like data. So while you were talking, I
Yeah.
quickly pulled out that information so that it's so the key statistics as of Q2 2024,
Mm,
our unemployment rate was 6.5%.
mm,
Informal employment makes up 93%.
mm.
Self-employment is 87.8. Now, labor force participation rate, I know it's a lot of numbers I'm throwing out, but I'll break it down.
Yeah.
79.5%. And then the youth, which you cited, which is between 15 to 24, unemployment is 8.6. Now, I don't think the labor laws have changed predominantly as to the age which is acceptable for people to join the workforce, right? I don't think that has changed predominantly. But I think what has happened, sorry, I'm trying to get back to okay, I'm here.
Yeah.
So I think to your question is that for me, of course, I will not hire a 15-year-old um in the workforce or organization of today, but doesn't mean that 15-year-olds are not, you know, participating in internships, while they're on holiday. So what it means is that you're preparing them for uh, the workforce in the next few years, because by 15, you have another, you know, give or take another 5, 6 years, depending on where you are at, 5, 6 years to get, 24, that age 24. However, we also see 15-year-olds in the informal sectors who are sometimes balancing taking care of the house,
Mm,
fending for the house,
mm,
and going to school.
mm,
So you find them in uh you know what do you call them, in manufacturing. There's some tasks that they may be assigned, so that's why I call the informal sector. They
yeah.
are managing their parents' businesses. They
Mm,
are, you know, taking on, carrying out apprenticeship that as we know it before, the
mm,
likes of apprenticeship. So the labor law hasn't changed on the minimum age to get into the workplace. I
mm,
don't think it's been adjusted to 15 years yet, but what it means for the school system is, because when you think about it, 15 years is between, it depends on how what we call um, year 10, year 11, year 12, right? And that's high school. That's a
yeah.
period where a lot of children are trying to form their thoughts on what next for me.
Mm,
Do
mm,
I have the skills to become a mechanical engineer?
mm,
I'm very good with numbers. I want to go into forensic audit. I am very creative. I think that and I like to build things together, so that's the age where a lot is happening. So I think for educators, recognizing that this is the time to expose them to that space, it would be good that schools are deliberate with, I'm seeing that happen now, writing to organizations, partnering with organizations. I have schools that write to me personally and then to my organization asking for either assistance to come bridge the gap to them about possible career options. They're writing to me to say they want placements for their students in different fields. So that exposure is very key, and opening them up to that. Yeah, I hope I answered your question as well as you.
Absolutely, absolutely. And of course, thank you for that insight around the informal and formal components and what that looks like and how that strongly plays out. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, yeah, great. And of course, the big challenge, right now, which is one thing I see as well, for schools, as regards the area of, we have this system around, because right now it is still very strong that we are very big on academics, right? We need to get kids to do the work, and I know that you will speak sincerely to this issue, right? On the issue of WAEC and JAM. A lot has happened with WAEC and JAM, like in recent times. There's been some things around, the integrity of, how the grading is even done, right? Well, we saw the issues and all of that and everything. And I am also seeing that we have alternative learning platforms. I know that currently the non-oil sector contributes majorly to Nigeria's GDP, right? Above 90% than the oil sector, right? So the shift from the oil sector being dominant to the non-oil sector being dominant, right? And the rise of alternative learning platforms like we have Altiva, Alt School, and things like that, that allows young people to quickly learn stuff, build micro credentials, do internships, and sort of like just enter the market easily, right? What do you see to that happening, right? Because for me, I feel like it is signaling that the 934 routes, for example, for Nigeria, do 9 years this and do 3 years and they do 4 years, right? And then we are having another route that is saying you can easily just go through these platforms, get micro credentials, volunteer, do projects, build a portfolio, and then you can easily. What are you seeing there? What does it look? How is the market responding to that right now?
I think that, and I try hard not to be seen as criticizing the systems that got me where I am. Yes, WAEC, JAM, those things had a role. But if the education system or the policymakers are not careful or they don't pay attention, the world is going to leave them behind. Like you rightfully said, there was an era where the focus was do this 934, write these exams, pass these exams, and you get a job. But new jobs have been created, new industries have woken up. Who would have thought social media executive is a role? Who would have even dreamt of robotics as a branch of engineering, even though it had been there? Medicine has evolved. We're talking about machine learning. You're talking about, even in our Greek, you don't need to be using the whole directly to design, or rather to plant crops across acres and acres of field. So it means that we might be sleeping with our policymakers. We might be sleeping with the people, the men and women who are still designing. You must pass JAM. You must write this exam. And you are not creating, don't get me wrong, there must be a benchmark. I agree that there should be a benchmark for you to pass on to the next stage. But what we've learned over the years and keep learning is that we're all very different. We're shaped differently. We are designed differently.
Mm.
I may not be very good in the sciences,
Mm.
in understanding physics or chemistry, but I'm outstanding in history. And there's a role for historians. There's a role for economists that we are not quickly tapping into. So what happens is you have kids who are scared of a topic because of the approach to the learning, rather than embracing it to understand that, yes, I may not score 99, but do I understand the concept? I still use this example. One of the, as a lifelong learner, I don't necessarily have to go into the four walls of it. Some of the courses I've taken on my own, at my own pace, I just sit down, I have internet connection, I'm writing tests, and the tests are not tests for me to, it writes that, we're not seeking perfection, we're seeking that you are confident in understanding that theory. So the fact that you're giving a quiz, 3 questions, and you get 1 at the first trial, they are not interested in you getting 3/3. So even for me, as a Nigerian who has gone through this system of you must score 200 and something over 3, in JAM, it was a battle, because I'm like, I'm gonna fail. I failed though. But no, they want you to understand the concept. So for me, policymakers, educators, teachers who are, and I think we also need teachers in the room when they are making these decisions when it comes to the curriculum, scoring patterns, because what it does is it's deflating when I'm just being trained to pass, but I don't understand it. So I will keep failing, rather than the change. There's an evolution. Like you said, when we were fighting to get into the workspace, the companies or the jobs that we're looking at was banking, oil and gas. That's if you're not going into the medical field. But even in medicine, there's so many variations now. There is the role of R&D that people are not focusing on. Research and development, all this thing about COVID, Ebola, even malaria, which is predominantly in Africa. We are the ones to find a solution to malaria. It's not the West that's going to come fix it. But we're not thinking, everybody's out to be a doctor. And then now they're becoming doctors, taking them away. So the old school, Altiva, all these alternatives, they are realizing that there's a huge booming workforce, or a huge booming workforce that is not being utilized. Remember I mentioned that 70% are under 30 in Africa. That's huge. So you need to tap into that. So yes, I think the earlier we wake up and smell the coffee, the better. If not, the school system, as we're leveraging only on it, will not deliver all that we want alone. Because even in the workspace, some of us are now hiring people, leveraging on key skills that may have not finished or gone through the 4 walls, because there's access, there's a lot that you can tap into. So that's it. Bio.
Powerful. All right, I'm going to let you go right now. Thank you so much. Thank you for bringing reward perspective into that conversation. I know that a lot of school owners, a lot of teachers that listen to this right now are already seeing, right, that this is where the world is. This is real information. This is current information coming forward to confirm these changes and how it's playing out. And there's no better time to ask. Whenever I listen to you like this, right, you always give me an assignment. That's what you do. You just give me another assignment again. That's what you do, right? And it's not fair, but it's fine. Anyways.
Well, you're a lifelong learner, so you must go back and learn. It's part of it. It's deliberate.
Absolutely. I just see a lot of work to be done. I see a lot of engagement, a lot of conversations, there's a whole lot, and that's what you're saying, right? Thank you so much. Thank you for always bringing this side of the conversation that keeps empowering, that keeps inspiring. One of your statements that never leaves me is learning is not an answer. I don't know if you still remember that statement.
Yes, of course.
You've been talking about this for a very long time, right? You've been
Mm.
very vocal about this perspective, right? And I hold it strongly. And it's one of the things I talk about everywhere. Thank you so much, Kemi. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Bio.
We value this
Thank
so
you.
much. We value this so much.
Yeah.
And hopefully next year we're going to make this a physical event. It won't be online.
Yes,
Right?
that would be nice. That would be very nice. That would be nice.
Yeah.
Well done, Bio. Well done.
Yeah,
And well done to the team that's supporting you, and well done everybody, all the facilitators that have spoken. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak. I really am grateful. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you for your time.
All
yeah.
right.
All right, guys. You just heard it from the HR storyteller. Just heard it from the HR expert. This is the way forward. This is the way forward, right? Yeah. I mean, every time I listen to her, I'm always very excited, right? Because again, she completes, right? Yeah, that's why I always look forward to listen to her. She completes my perspective in many ways, right? Because once I have the HR part enter the way I'm thinking about it, then I just know I have clarity. There's something I need to run with right now, right? So, and that's what we're trying to do. You see, in this conference, we've brought different kind of experts, right? And then to make sure that the conversation is complete, right? So guys, school leaders listening, it's time to act. It's time to run. It's time to act. It's time to run, right? So we're going to go into the next session for today, which is the school spotlight, right? And I am very excited to bring so where's Nene? There's a school in Nigeria, right? If you haven't heard about the school, like, okay. So you're hearing about the school right now, Key Academy, right? Yeah. And I think one of the most striking things you need to know about the Key Academy lately is that Key Academy is is on the verge of winning the global prize award for the most innovative school, right, in the world, in the whole world, not Africa, not Nigeria, right, in the whole world, right. And I think Key Academy is somewhat very close in that regard. But that apart, it's the fact that Key Academy is a school that has chosen to go the other route, and I like that, right. Yeah, a school that has chosen to go the other route, right. It's good as to say everybody's going like this, we are going to go like this, right. Very big on project-based learning. And I've visited the school, interacted with the teachers, and and just amazing things happen in that environment. Well, this is our school spotlight session, and we're going to be showing you into the world of Key Academy, right. And so we're going to be bringing in Nene, and I think she has. Yeah, hi Nene, are you there? Yeah, hi Nene, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. I can hear you loud and clear. All right. Thank you for your time. Okay. Yeah. It's nice to have you here, Nene. Thank you. Thank you for sharing your Saturday afternoon with us in this conference. So I see you have some other persons here who have joined the call. Do you want me to bring them into the screen?
They are on. Definitely the team. That's the entire K-Academy team, I'm sure.
Okay, so there's Adeni, but unfortunately we can't be more than like 6 in the room. I was trying to share that, because I saw that a lot of persons trying to join, but this is, how many are we now in the room? We are one, two,
they're
three,
just trying
four.
to stream. They're just trying to stream. That's probably why.
Oh, if you want to stream, it's actually live on YouTube and on LinkedIn, right? We're actually live on LinkedIn and YouTube as well, right? So yeah, so for Tolu and Adeni here, do they want to stream, or you want me to like show them on the screen?
They want to stream.
Okay, that's cool. Yeah. All right. So Nene, I'm going to give you the stage so that in the next 10-15 minutes or about, you show us this amazing sight and sound, right? Sight and sound. This is sight and sound from Key Academy. And after that, I'm going to come up and just ask some questions here and there. Is that okay?
That's very well, thank you. That's very
okay. So yeah, I haven't seen your slides. Do you want to?
I'm trying to, I'm sharing now. I don't know if you can see
Yeah,
it.
yeah, I can see it now. Let me just bring it on the screen.
Okay.
All right, now and there you go. So
Okay. Can you see my slides?
uh it's saying loading, loading, loading.
It's coming up.
Yeah.
Okay. I think it's
And
in
there
now.
you go. Yeah. Over to you.
All right. Thank you. First of all, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, depending on where you're online. Thank you, Bio, for the opportunity to spotlight Key Academy. And my name is Nene Nsan, and I am a lead coordinator at Key Academy, Africa's first project-based learning school in Nigeria. And what we aim to do is transform education using 21st century project-based learning. And yes, the entire team is saying hi. The entire team is sending their greetings. So I'm just going to jump right into it. So when I saw the theme, the signals and shapes, I was like, okay, this is quite interesting. And the topic is the project-based learning as a blueprint for 2030. Now we're going to be learning about project-based learning, and I know that we already had a session with the godfather of PBL. And so I'm just going to be, bringing out some points that he has already mentioned, but I'm going to relate it to Key Academy and how other schools can pretty much learn from what we're doing here at Key Academy. I have a video to show. So this is Key Academy for those who are wondering where Key Academy is and what we are about. So you can just watch and enjoy. Okay, that was a short video about Key Academy. And the reason why we're here today is to talk about future ready schools and how we've seen the need, we've seen that the future is not waiting for anyone and we have to be prepared for the future. Research shows that by 2030, 80% of jobs will require advanced skills in problem solving, collaboration, and digital literacy. That research was done by the World Economic Forum in 2020. And it begs the question, how can we prepare our students for jobs that have not yet been created? That is the need currently that we are facing. That's the problem now that we're trying to solve. And what we're doing at K Academy is preparing our students, preparing our children for the world that they will inherit. The world's moving at a very fast speed, and some people call the world the era that we currently are, as a human development era or an imagination age. And how can we help people? How can we help prepare our students for this world that they would inherit? And the only way we can do that is through learning approaches like PBL. And we know that we really need the skills. The children really need the skills to be able to thrive in this technologically driven world. And this is where Key Academy comes in. This is where I'm going to be talking to you about what we do at Key Academy. Now, first of all, PBL is our daily practice. We do this every day. It's pretty much like food in our mouth. And one thing I learned while listening to the godfather of PBL is just to understand that first of all, PBL is a mindset, and you require a knowledge base to be able to understand what PBL is about. Now, our model at K Academy nurtures 21st century skills, and it places our students in places of leadership so they are able to take up leadership roles. Now, at K Academy, what we believe that education should go beyond preparing the children for the future, but it should also empower them to shape the future that they are going to inherit. You cannot just prepare for the future, but you should also be aiming to be a change maker, and that's what we're doing here at K Academy. We're doing with our children is we're using this model to help nurture creativity. We know that project-based learning, if you're very familiar with it, it nurtures creativity, it nurtures collaboration, it nurtures problem-solving skills, and you apply these skills to real world situations and real-world problems. Now, we know that, and because of this, and like you rightly said, Bio, we were nominated for the World Best School Prize of Innovation. That is a testament to what we're doing here at K Academy. This shows that yes, the world is listening, people are watching, and what we're doing is having a huge impact in the lives of our children and in the lives of the world. So we're saying, what does a future ready school look like? It looks like real world challenges woven into learning, built through practice, and strong connections between the local and the global. That's why most of our projects, all of our projects, interestingly, are built around our community, our local community. We're trying to solve a problem. We're looking for something that is happening around our community. It's very relatable, and we're solving a problem. Now, moving on from there, I'm just going to run through the four steps of project-based learning. We know first of all there's inquiry. You have to find what exactly am I looking to solve? What exactly is the problem? And you start looking to see, okay, this is what it is. Now you go ahead and start investigating. That's where the investigation comes in. And with our children, what we do with our students is we do a lot of research. There's a lot of brainstorming. We're checking facts. We're checking data. We're trying to see how relatable this is around our environment. And then we're starting to create the problems. We're creating problems. We're creating solutions. And then we sit down and have like a reflection time. We have exhibitions. We have presentations where they're able to sell these ideas and show these ideas after the whole of the creation has happened. Now, I will talk one of the projects that we have done in the past and which had a huge impact in the lives of our children and even us as a school. But I would like you to hear what our children think about our project, about the approach, our learning approach. So I have another video and I hope you enjoyed this one.
Key Academy, our teachers are called co-learners because alongside us. We also learn from real people doing the real thing. We had an engineer who built solar panels come in to teach us. It made me feel like I could do it too. At Key, we work on real projects that help real people, like when we built solar solutions for the Makoko community. I made a pipe that could actually be used. It made me realize that I'm already a change maker. We recently got to learn about being business owners by building our own businesses. We had to come up with an idea that solves a real problem in our local community. We conducted market research, came up with a business plan pitched to real investors to raise just like the lion's den.
That was a very beautiful, and it's always best to hear from the children because they're the ones, you know, absorbing the content, and we're also experiencing this learning with them. Now, what were you, first of all, before I talk about the Makoko project, what were you doing when you were 9? What were you doing when you were 7? Were you thinking about solving a problem in a community at age 7? Or were you trying to figure out how to build a prototype of solar panels to help people in a community that lacked these resources? Were you thinking about these things? Or what were you doing when you were 7? That's just the question. What were you doing when you were 7? And every single time we engage in a project at Key Academy, it just blows my mind because what was I doing when I was 7? This experience just would leave a lasting impact in the lives of our children because it's very experiential. They're learning, they're building the skills that they'll be able to use to thrive. They need the skills to thrive. And for the Makoko project, we explored this engineering, environmental science, and social innovation with our children. And they were 7 to 9, and it was interesting to see how well we brought in subject matter experts because first of all, project-based learning is to be done like the way you do project-based learning. You have to have knowledge. You need knowledge, a knowledge base. Now we bring in experts, subject matter experts, engineers. We bring in engineers. We bring in carpenters. We bring in people who can actually help for the children to see how it looks like in real life, how to build these things together, and how to put these things together. All the skills that they would pick up in this project and during the course of the project. Now, first of all, another thing to note is that project-based learning is multidisciplinary. It incorporates literacy, numeracy, science, geography. It incorporates a lot of things. So there's no limitation to how far or what subject or what you can learn in a project. Now, these children, when we had this project, our students would build solar powered prototypes and design waste management plans alongside subject matter experts. Now, if you know what Makoko looks like in Lagos, you would be amazed to see how well we're already thinking about solutions to help the people of Makoko to be able to live a sustainable life. And there are people in Makoko who haven't even experienced, they don't even have light, like electricity, they haven't seen electricity. Some were born into the system without electricity. So coming up with a solution to help these people to be able to thrive in their environment is something to applaud, something to be excited about. And at the end of this project, we saw our children build skills, empathy. We saw them build critical thinking skills, problem solving skills, having a deeper environmental understanding, and heightened sense of agency, and a strong ability to see themselves as change makers. Like you rightly heard in the video, they could see that, yes, I can do this. And if you believe it, you can do it. Again, PDL is a mindset. You have to believe that, yes, I can do this, and they were able to achieve what they set their hearts to do. Now I'm going to get to teacher training for innovation. At K Academy, first of all, we call ourselves co-learners. Now the reason why we call ourselves co-learners is because we learn alongside our children, and it's a lifelong process. First of all, for you to come in for you to teach, for you to be in this sort of learning environment, you have to have an open mindset to be able to accept that, okay, this is new. And like Bayo said, when other people are going this way, we're going this way. And that is not because we're trying to shape the world, we're shaping the world. And for us at K Academy, we have something called Impact Educators. It's a digital platform for teacher training. We want to be able to nurture these skills in the teachers who will be teaching our children. We want them to be able to be well equipped, to be able to know how to give this knowledge and share this knowledge with the children. Again, like I said, we call ourselves co-learners. And we work hand in hand with subject matter experts to make sure that the project is easy and smooth. The subject matter experts come in to show us their own perspective of how it looks like in their field. And we work together, we collaborate. That's the skill. So, as a teacher, what you need knowledge. Secondly, you need to be able to collaborate with people. So, that is something that we nurture here at K Academy, especially with teachers. We know that everybody wants to teach, but can really teach? And there's a lot of rigorous workshops that we do here at K Academy. There's a lot of training that goes on. And this is just to help us see the best reflective practice, the best practice in the world, what's happening, what's currently changing. We can't remain the same. We can't stay where we are. We have to keep moving, and we have to keep going ahead. Now, the ripple effect is that what we see after the training with the teachers and after the mindset shift with the teachers, you see stronger classrooms, you see stronger communities. People are building things, people are making things, people are believing in themselves that they are problem solvers and they can do things. Now, how do you adapt a PBL model in school? How do you adapt it in your classroom? How do you adapt it in your school? First of all, you start small. Start with one project at a time. How do you do this? Look for something around your community, a problem that you can solve. Sit together, link the project with a real world issue. Link it. We know the SDGs. We know that we're trying to solve like problems right now in the world. So link that project with real world issues and see how you can focus on skills and knowledge. There's going to be a lot of investigation, there's going to be a lot of research. So it takes time and you have to be patient in the process. It's not just going to happen once like that. It will take time. So you have to focus on skills, focus on knowledge. What kind of skills am I trying to nurture in my children in this project? What type of skills am I trying to bring out from this that we're learning? There's critical thinking, there's problem solving, there's curiosity. You're changing the mindset, it's a growth mindset. You're fixing things, you're coming up with solutions. You're not just staying stagnant. You're looking at it and you're making it very relatable. Now, finally, if we're preparing students for 2030, we must invest in sustainable models, measurable outcomes, and radical teacher training so that education doesn't just change lives, it transforms a nation. Thank you very much, Bio. Thank you very much, everyone. And I hope that you were able to pick something from this and realize that, yes, it starts from you. It starts from you. And it starts from you. Start where you are. Start small. Thank you very much.
Yeah, powerful. Thank you, Nene. Thank you for that powerful presentation. Thank you for taking us into the world of Key Academy and just what happens, every day in that environment, the level of the innovation, and just practically how that plays out. So here's what we're going to do right now, because I know, there are teachers and there are school leaders. And then you said some things about like how to get started, so can we um, can we go more deeper? So when I say more deeper, what I'm saying is that if you can like cite an instance, right? I know there are a lot of them. So if you can like just cite an instance about a project that was like successfully executed, right? And then from the beginning, right, from the ideation phase, just everything, till the end of the work, because there's no ending. It's just a prototype. We can always keep iterating on the prototype, yeah. But just sort of like just provide that flow that just reviews the like end to end sort of just for people listening, yeah. So let's start with one.
Okay, so we have a business project at K Academy. One of the projects with the older children, the 7 to 9, and it was boards in business. Now, the purpose of this project was to help the children develop skills like critical thinking, problem solving, and understanding the aspects of entrepreneurship and business. Now, they came with ideas. What kind of design do I want? I want to have a business. What kind of business do I want to have? So they were divided into groups.
Mm.
Put them into groups, and each group had to come up with a business idea. Now, the business idea they had to also come up with a pitch. Now they'll pitch it to investors at the end of the project. That was the end goal. So they started with the business idea. They learned about copyright infringements, they learned about designing, and everything, all the laws that they needed to learn about business. And it took them a whole term. That's 12 weeks of exploration. It took them a whole term to be able to come up with, to learn and investigate. We brought in lawyers. We had a mock trial where the children were able to see that if your creation or your design is copied from someone else's design, you don't patent it, you are going to go to court. And what happens when you go to court? So there was a mock trial to help the children understand that this is what happens in real life. Now they were able to get this done. We brought in a lot of people, designers. We brought in people who would help them to build their ideas together and put their ideas together. And at the end of the project, they stood in front of investors, like the Lions Den, the Shark Tank. They stood in front of them. And remember, in the process of this project, there was a lot of budgeting, how much they're going to spend for their business, there was a lot of research that went into it. Now they stood in front of the investors and the investors asked them questions about their businesses and how they're going to manage their business, who the CEO is going to be, who the sales manager is going to be, all these things that you don't learn when you're 7 or you don't learn when you're 9. Even at age 30 or 25, some people are still trying to understand what copyright infringement is. Now, the children were able to understand this, they were able to pick these skills up, and they were able to defend their business and defend their project. So at the end of the project, they got a lot of investors trying to invest in their business. Some of them even got like a land to start up their business. And that just shows how well they invested in the project, how well they investigated, how well they inquired, and the problem they were trying to solve. They came up with great ideas, and now those ideas have been bought by investors, and investors are willing to invest in them and help them create ideas and make it a lot bigger. So that's one of the projects that we have done that have actually made an impact at K Academy.
Yeah, powerful. Of course, we'll touch on like just like one or two more. One of the things that I see from what you have said, right, is the fact that as against what is obtainable in the traditional system, right, there is a level of commitment, right? Like there's a level of patience, right? Commitment that is required. It's not something that is urgent, that easily comes to that, right? It's not like something we do today, we are going to finish tomorrow or next tomorrow. We want to just quickly do and just rush it and just, right? Yeah. And I think that's something that people need to really see. The fact that you really want realities, the atmosphere, right? In problem solving mode. When people are trying to solve problems in other industries, this is the mode, this is the atmosphere, right? It's not something they start with and they end tomorrow. It's not like classwork and homework. You start today, they start and in 3 days, right? So it's stretched that way, right? And I think that understanding will help schools that are very new to things like this just know that okay, it's fine, right? It's not just a linear thing. Sometimes it can be messy, it can be here and there. There's a framework behind it, is structured, but also we've been flexible enough just to ensure that it's not about just something to rush and just know. It's not. It is something that's really going to take you time, and you have to be willing to just let the kids have that experience and just also go through that. So here goes this question, right? So at K Academy currently, right? Is there anything like math? Is there anything like English? Is there anything like geography or like science? And what does that look like?
This is a very interesting question. Thank you very much for that question. Yes, we do have core subjects, we have core skills, and core skills like literacy, numeracy. We do have them. We have science, we have arts and design, we have geography. Now we have our curriculum, right? We use the first of all we use the EYFS framework as a guide and the UK National Curriculum as a guide. Now, we have these skills. When you globally assess our children, we have what it takes because
mm,
we do the literacy, we do the numeracy, we do the science, we
mm,
do the arts, and
mm,
we have the geography, the
mm,
history. Now,
mm,
project on its own is multidisciplinary. While
mm,
learning about when engaged in a project, you incorporate their skills that are incorporated, their numeracy skills, their literacy skills, there's science in it. So it's not like if we're doing project-based learning, we're not also learning science, or we're not also learning math, we're not also learning English at the by the side. We are doing this, and they are called our core skills because this is the core skills. But
mm.
project alone, it's multidisciplinary, so it includes that we need them to learn in a project. Has
Yeah.
that answered your question?
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Yeah, multidisciplinary, all right. And I'm sure there's again there's that commitment as regards planning, right? That goes into how things like this play out. I imagine how much time you guys are going to invest in collaboration, right? Yeah, I can really see that. Of course, I saw it in the video too as well, right? How much time investment to go into deep collaboration to really come up with projects like this, and trying to reflect, like you said in your slides. And yeah, and all I want to just say is thank you. Thank you um for modeling this possibility. Thank you for showing that this is possible. Thank you for the comment. The truth is that it takes a lot of effort to pull up this kind of system, right? It takes a lot of effort to pull up this kind of system. And so yeah, I mean, thank you again. What we intend to do, right, is to let people see that this is possible. And of course, if you're a school out there, right, I believe you can partner with Key Academy as well. You can reach
Yes. I mean, if you're a school, you can partner
them.
with us. If you're also a teacher and you're looking to be part of this system, we're currently hiring, so you can send in your CVs. And as long as you have an open mindset,
Mm,
definitely this is something that you will love to be a part of, because project-based learning is human development. We're not just nurturing children with skills that they will keep to themselves. We're nurturing children with skills that they'll be able to use in the future for this technologically driven world that they will inherit. So we're nurturing them with these skills that they need, that are necessary. And whatever projects that we engage in, they're very relatable and they're very relevant. And yes, that's it. Get to know more about K
yeah.
Academy, go through our website, and then you get to know more about us.
Yeah, powerful, powerful. Thank you, Nene. Thank you for walking us through this. This is a new dawn. It's a new era for education in Africa, for education in Nigeria, and I believe that strategically, Kia Academy is leading the next generation innovation in the education space, especially in K to 12, and of course trust. Of course, EAZY-DIGI, right? That's always been in our hearts to collaborate with K Academy to do something with K Academy, of course. And I can't wait for that thing to happen. Yeah. And so, Nene, please, thank you for your time. Thank you so much
Thank you
for
very
sharing
much. Thank you.
this with us. Thank you for walking us through these things. For showing us the amazing things, right, happening at K Academy. What a privilege, what an opportunity to see into the world
Thank
of K
you too.
Academy, right? And the amazing
Thank you
things.
for spotlighting Key Academy. Thank you for what you're
A
doing
pleasure.
in this space. I
Yeah,
want to say we're proud of you and we're proud of everything that you're doing. Just keep pushing, keep being the change leader and change maker that you are. And
absolutely.
definitely,
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much for your time, Nene. Right.
all
Of
right,
course, we're still coming. This is the beginning of our coming, right? This is the beginning of our coming. We are still coming. There's still a lot more that
no
we're still
problem.
going to be doing together.
We
All
will
right. So bye for
welcome
now.
you with open arms. Don't worry.
Yeah, I love that. I love that.
All right, then. Thank you. Enjoy the rest of your day.
And you too.
Bye.
Okay. All right, guys. And that was just so mind blowing. You see, yeah, great things are happening in Nigeria. Great things are happening in Africa, right? And of course, this is the era where we are telling our stories right now, right? There are so many told stories, right, on the continent. And so, yeah, great things are happening in Nigeria. Great things are happening in Africa, right? And of course, this is the era where we are telling our stories right now, right? There are so many told stories, right, on the continent. And so, yeah, great things are happening in Nigeria. Great things are happening in Africa, right? And of course, this is the era where we are telling our stories right now, right? There are so many told stories, right, on the continent. And so, This is the era we are sorry, where we are gonna be telling our stories. We are telling our stories. We are telling our stories. Yeah, we're telling. So I was trying to just connect with our next speaker. Right, she should be joining us in the studio shortly. Right. Okay. Mr. She join. Yeah. All right. We have two more sessions to go today. Right. We've got two more sessions to go today. We have a session with the STEM queen. They call her the STEM queen of Africa, right? From Botswana, right? We're going to be listening from Botswana, right? I remember my encounter with her and with Destination Imagination. Wow, mind blowing encounter where I interviewed some kids from Botswana and I was looking at their projects. You know, we've been doing this thing for some time, right? Oh my God, right? So I interviewed them. That was like about 3 to 4 years ago, I think. All right. Seeing into Japan, the kids were telling me about that project. They were describing how they built it, how they went to the community and stuff like that. Great things are happening on the continent, I tell you. Great things are happening in Africa. Great things happening on the continent, right? And of course, great things are happening globally as well, too, as well. Yeah. So yeah, please, I'm going to roll up. Please, if you so we didn't get a lot of feedback from day one. Please, we would deeply appreciate that. Everyone, please give us a feedback. The link is on the screen. All right. Yeah, it's rolling screen. You see 122030.info. Right. Let me put it here. You can see. Uh, uh, no, please, please, wherever it's coming from, please give us a feedback. Right. We've had three sessions. We had the first session from Mr. Tom Rogaski. We had the second session from, Oluwakemi Shonubi, Nigeria. And we just had the third session from Key Academy Nigeria as well, right? Or Key Academy Global, right? All right. So please give us your feedback. I'm going to punch the link on the screen again. It's very important to us. Feedback on each of the session info. Right, give us your feedback. We need your feedback. It's very important to us. Yeah, so that's the link again on the screen, right? Just punch it in your browser, k122030.info, right? You see the space for the session feedback there. Please give us a feedback. We'd like to hear from you. Give us a feedback on each of the sessions. What do you think about the session? What value have these sessions added to you? Please give us your feedback, right? And secondly, if you want a certificate of participation for this conference, right, it's compulsory that you give this feedback, right? The feedback is going to help us, that you were a part of the sessions and that you really learned one or two things, right? So it's very key. It's very key. So for you to get a certificate of participation, please give us your feedback, right? If you do, we'll get back to you with your certificate of participation, right? So please, we'd like to hear from you. That's the link to the conference page. You can give us a feedback right there. Thank you. Okay. So yeah, what an amazing day it has been, right? So like I said, we have two more sessions to go for today, right? And I really can't wait. I'm just trying to buy some time as wait for our next speaker. Our next speaker is going to be joining us shortly. She'll be talking about STEM education in Africa. She'll focusing on stories, the prospect, and the future. Right? She's talking about STEM education in Africa. Right? Like I said, great things are happening in Africa, and she'll be talking about stories, the prospect, and the future. Right? So get ready to see into the world of STEM education in Africa and what's going on currently. Okay. So having said that, the first three sessions we've had earlier today, Dr. Tom came to speak to school leaders. Very powerful, very, very powerful, right? So I want to encourage you, right? If you missed the one, the recording is available on our YouTube, right? Yeah, if you just go to YouTube and you search for EAZY-DIGI, right, you'll find us, right? We're there. you see the recording for day one. Please, I want to encourage you to please listen to these recordings, right? This conference is not so common. This is not irregular. This is the insight and the information from this conference is very unique, right? Please, we add good value to you, right? And you'll be thankful for it. Please spend your time, dedicate time to listen to the sessions for day one, right? And also for day two as well, right? If you are just joining, right, please find time, just create some time to really listen to these sessions and soak it in, right? I bet that is going to transform you, it's going to position you for greater impact, right, in the education space. Okay. Um, that's very important. Okay, so yeah, we are just currently waiting for our next speaker to join us in the room so that we can move this forward, right? So I mean, Nene was talking about project-based learning, right? And yeah, where is that comment, right? I need to put it up. Yeah, thank you. Where's she? Leslie. Thank you, Leslie. Leslie said something very important that I think we should take note of, right? Leslie said, one project at a time. This is the same with setting a goal and enhances the focus that has been diminished by social media. So we have a generation of learners in the classroom today, and one thing we are seeing is the fact that social media is diminishing their focus, right? Talk about things like attention span like this today, and it continues to reduce, right? But with project-based learning, we are able to get them to focus, right? Because in the real world, right, to deal with and see this, I put this on the screen because this is a big deal, right? Young people are dying today, are losing their lives because of this issue, right? Because there is a large mismatch between the education they experience and the complexity of the problems they face in the real world. There's a large mismatch, right? And then when you hear about things like, "Oh, this is just too much for me to handle," right? The anxiety, the depression, right? Because the toughness, they call it the VUCA word, volatile, uncertain, complex, right? School didn't prepare them for that those realities largely, right? So what project-based learning does is that project-based learning creates that atmosphere. It brings in that complexity, right? It brings in that complexity, right? I always say this, that you need the atmosphere of a reality to prepare for that reality. Because you need the atmosphere of a reality to prepare for that reality. Yeah, thank you, Dr. Violet. I'm going to drop the link on LinkedIn right now. Let me drop it again. Uh, I'm dropping the link right away. Uh, all right. Oh, great, 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 great. Okay. Our next speaker is about to come in. All right. I just dropped the feedback link on LinkedIn. Please, for our LinkedIn viewers, you can punch the link and please give us your feedback right away. So we're also leveraging this break to get. We need feedback, please. It's very important. We need feedback. That's how we're going to grow. That's how we're going to do better next year, right? Because we're coming again next year. Every year, we gather like this, right? It's an annual global conference. Um, so please, we need your feedback. Please give us your feedback on these sessions. Please give us your feedback. We need it seriously. Yeah. Cool, right? So yeah, like we need the atmosphere of a reality to prepare for that reality. So what project-based learning does is to create the atmosphere, right, of the complexity in the society, in the classroom, right? We need complex classrooms for the complex world. That's just the truth. We need complex classrooms for the complex world. We need VUCA classrooms for the VUCA world. That, that learning equilibrium is very important, right? If we don't approach learning education that way, then the gap will continue. The gap between school, society, and the workplace is going to continue. So design thinking demands that schools that we start by investing time in understanding the vocal world, the complexities, right, the realities, the challenges, and then make this a launching pad, right, that will help our learners to build the real problem solving skills, right. And like I always say, right, it is not problem solving if it starts on paper and just ends on paper. It's just paperwork. But it is problem solving if it starts on paper, has an impact on people, on humans, on society. That's problem solving, right? Right. So we are moving away from paperwork, from simple problems, into real world problem solving, into complex problem solving. We need complex schools, we need complex classrooms, right, for the complex world. All right. Please give us your feedback. Please, we need it big time, right? So the next speaker is here. I'm just going to bring her right into the room, right? Yeah, and like I was saying earlier, my experience with Destination Imagination, right? I'll never forget. Those kids really inspired me, just listening to their project, right? I'll never forget one of the project, right? So these kids, they went into this community and they discovered that the water, the water source, right, that is feeding that community was actually acidic. The water source was acidic, right? And so they had to build like a water purifying machine, right? Since of a truth, we really need to leverage our young people in Africa. We need to leverage. They are asking for meaning. They are asking for purpose, right? And you find your purpose in solving problems for people. It's true. I was discussing this with Dr. Tom in day one. We're talking about it, right? About the revival of purpose that is coming into the education sector, right? Because we have a generation of young people who are asking for meaning. They want to understand why they are doing what they are doing and stuff and things like that. And so we have a responsibility to just log them in. Okay. Um, I'll quickly bring in Miss Kim so that we can talk about STEM education in Africa. And then we also in the same vein get ready for the last session. Um, Amazingly, our last two speakers are ready. So let's fire. Let's do this quickly. All right. Hi, Miss Kim. Can you hear me? Amazing. Great, great, great. Thank you. Thank you. I know it's Saturday morning, right? Saturday things a lot, right? So thank you so much for finding time to just even join us in this conference, right? Thank you so much. This means a lot to us. And I promise you, I won't keep you for too long on this call. Um, I won't. Um, I won't. Do you? Is it possible to like turn on your video?
Yes. If you just give me 1 minute,
All right, that's fine.
just to
Yeah.
get my dogs away. Or you want to see me with my dogs? Just to tell them to give me a break.
Sure, sure, sure.
Okay.
All right. Here goes, here goes the STEM queen. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it's so good to see you again. Thank you. Yeah, thank you for making this happen. All right. So, I mean, I'm just gonna get into it. I mean, before you joined, I was sharing my experience with the kids I interviewed then. From this school, it's just Gaborone. I can't remember Gaborone, Botswana. I remember that interview, right? And just seeing their project and what they worked on. I saw the pictures, each of the stages, constructing the water purifying machine, right? Yeah, I think I interviewed for like about 3 or 4 projects or thereabout, right? And that was already like about 3 years ago, 3 to 4 years ago, thereabout, right? I know that there are amazing things happening on the continent, right? And I think that we have come to a place where we see the need to be very big, right, on telling our stories, like telling it like no man's business, right? In fact, for me personally, it's one of the things I'm going to like. It's one of my. I've started drawing my New Year resolution for 2026. It's part of the key, part of that key is that I'm going to be very big on telling our stories. It's more important than ever before. right? So we're talking about vision in Africa, stories, prospect, and the future, right? And I'm going to start on the note, right? Miss Kim, in the last 1 month, right? Let me start from the last 1 month, and I can stretch it, right? In the last 1 month, right? Tell us something amazing that has happened in the world of STEM education from what you see, right? From, of course, talking about destiny, imagination, something amazing. Maybe you want to reference a project or just something amazing from that space, right? From what you see.
Oh, that's a big question because there's a lot. A lot has happened. And guess what? For me, the most exciting thing is, as we know it, for us to succeed within education, bespoke STEM education in Africa, we need all stakeholders to play a role. So this goes to from the private sector, civil societies, the government, and individuals. Everyone has a role to play. And what
Yeah,
I'm seeing is that collaboration is getting better every day, which
amazing.
gets it exciting. So I'm seeing like it's like for if in my case in Botswana, we have a new government that is very active on promoting STEM education. So this has made our work very easy. We could be the pioneers or the first organization that started this campaign of STEM education. And obviously, it wasn't as easy because you're selling something that nobody understands what you're doing. We could go to events, sit there with our robots, virtual reality sets, with our drones, 3D printing machines, and people just looking at us like, and what? And what is this for? So with time, with the government also now doing that campaign, it's becoming much easier where schools are receptive, children are receptive, and parents are supporting. So this is big for me. And obviously, the government has a role to play, not just campaign, but creating an enabling environment. So we have a government that now has put internet, like literally every school has internet. Kids,
Wow,
teachers have laptops, seniors have
beautiful.
laptops. We're teaching robotics at the government level, introducing a new curriculum of coding and robotics. So this is quite exciting. Yeah.
Amazing, amazing. That's a big one, and that's a foundation for the next level of development we're about to see in Africa, right? Getting this kind of thing just it sends a signal to me that of course I know there's something about Botswana, right? So just to be specific, to be sure, it's Botswana, right? I mean the
Yes.
country, right?
Botswana.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, I
Yes.
know there's something spectacular about Botswana and the government, and now I've been seeing that like I see the news, the president, and how he's very
Yeah.
big on, yeah, that's amazing. I mean, if we have that kind of leadership across Africa, then that means we're about
Mhm.
to see an explosion. We're about to see a
Yeah.
serious explosion. We're about to see that big
Yeah.
time. Okay, thank you for spotlighting that. So let's move into the classrooms now. So let's move into the classrooms. Let's talk about what you're seeing learners doing. In terms of like project and stuff like that. Do you want to just highlight some very crazy things you've seen around like that?
Yes. What is actually quite exciting. So we obviously anything we teach, we utilize project-based learning methodology. So with time, especially with kids, they just have a knack for getting things super easily. Now with the advent of artificial intelligence, it's becoming much easier to train them. Because once they understand how to research, they're able to work on projects on their own, come up with apps, build websites, and it gets super exciting when you see what used to take us like maybe 10 hours to train, it takes us 2 hours because there are tools that are making it easier for them. So, of course, there's a lot of vibe coding that the kids are doing. It's much easier for them to build. And it starts with as soon as kids are able to build, that builds their confidence. So now when you push them to much more advanced tools or projects, since they already feel I'm smart, I know it, I did it, that just gets exciting. So I strongly feel Africa is ready, our children are ready, and they seem to have a spot in their brain that is just absorbing so quickly.
Yeah, super quick. I guess super quick is the word, right? I so much agree with that. Super quick, right? I can't explain it, right? But there's that thing about that speed, how they are moving, and I think
Yes.
that truly Miss Kim, if we can leverage the speed they bring, I think that speed they bring is the answer to our prayers in Africa, right?
Yes.
That speed they bring is that what we're trying to achieve in 30 years, we are
Yes.
seeing a generation that can make it happen in 1 year, in 2 years,
Yeah.
in 3 years, if we
Yeah.
allow them to ride. And the fact that you're
Mhm.
saying that you are seeing them leveraging AI and it's just
Yeah.
reducing, like the learning curve for them, it's reducing the
Mhm.
learning curve. This is powerful. You're sharing some very powerful insights here. I'm taking notes, right? Yeah, so AI is reducing their learning curve. They are
Yeah.
learning these things faster. And so if this continues and becomes a practice, what we are then going to see is that, again, the gap between Africa and on the continent, which was fundamentally another gap, begins to reduce drastically, right? And of
Yes.
course, I even believe that AI is an equalizer and everything has come on the same level, right? When you
Mhm.
now also talked about vibe coding, and what kept in mind is that, okay, Africa is now vibing into prosperity. Because I do it too. I mean, I purely built like a functional website. Sorry, not website. A functional application,
Yeah.
right? End to end, the front end, the back end, the whole thing,
Yes.
functional, full blown, right? And I'm there. I'm like, what's going on? What's going on? What's this? Can you share some more examples in that regard?
So you see, from training the teachers, training our staff, training children, it has become super easy to create courses.
Mm,
So anything that you want to learn, it's literally between you, Wi-Fi, and the laptop or bespoke
mm, mm, mm,
smartphone.
mm,
So I think
mm.
the work that we need to do is create a lot of awareness as we still emphasize on the government to keep on creating enabling environments.
Environment. Mm,
Because
mm,
yes, there's a lot of accessibility. I think now we're on 92% of smartphone penetration. Internet, I think we're on 80%, somewhere like that. That's within the continent. But we need to make
mm,
sure that nobody is left behind. We
mm,
also need now, we need to get to the next level where we're making sure people get skilled. So they're much more concerned about their data sovereignty, which is
mm,
what Africa can compromise. I've been
mm.
traveling a lot in West Africa, which I was looking for you everywhere.
When are you coming to Lagos?
I have to come to Lagos. I actually didn't want to come back down south before going to Lagos. So I was in Accra, which obviously Nigerians have taken over Accra. Every three educators, one of them is from Nigeria. But
Wow.
I interacted with university students
Mm,
and with some primary school children and just asking them random questions. It was so exciting that
mm,
literally like every school, every child, children know what is
mm,
AI? What are the use cases for AI? How can it help me do my homework?
mm,
University students, most of them were second year, third year, they're already building their apps. Most of them have their e-commerce websites, they're
mm,
monetizing. So the
mm,
digital transformation that looked like so far fetched, it's
mm,
right here with us. And
mm,
what exactly we need to do is ensure that skills penetrate further. And that is what
mm,
excites me more about the work that you do. Because
mm,
we ain't getting anywhere if we don't start with teaching teachers.
mm,
Because we
mm,
can trickle
mm.
down with training a trainer, then the teacher can reach more students. Because if we're just a few of us training, it doesn't help.
Yeah.
But if we get more people and more, especially educators, that
Mm,
becomes something much easier.
mm, mm.
Yeah.
Wow. Powerful. So, Miss Kim,
Yes.
what you're saying is sending waves and signals, right?
Yes.
And uh,
Yes.
the the signals I'm getting is that there is something that is silently brewing, right?
Yes.
There is a revolution. There is a new era of possibilities that is silently brewing on the African continent. And
Yes.
if this continues at this at the pace of 1x 2x, right, we are talking
Mhm.
about a different Africa in the next 5 years. The
Yes.
next decade is going to be the decade for a new story all around. Like, it's going to become a trend in Africa, and Africa is going to be on the face of the globe from the next decade. That's the signal I'm getting. That's the vibe I'm getting from what you're saying, Miss Kim.
But remember this also, um, Mr. Adibayo. Remember first, we have 60% of our population within the continent is under 35. So anybody that wants to develop skills, Africa is the place to be. So right now, what is happening is as we get into the digital platform, this becomes a huge economy. It's a $1 trillion economy. And as we start embracing it, it also needs a skilled workforce. And if you want a skilled workforce, the best place to get it is from youth. And who has youth? It's the continent. So this is our greatest untapped resource, which when I look at it, youth is ready. Our youth, I was so surprised. I had a stopover for a few days in Nairobi, Kenya. And I found a movement for Gen Z that is so strong. So they found some young boy, I think 15-year-old boy, put on TikTok his ailing father who has had stroke. So this boy, after finishing school, where he's waiting to go to high school, what he's doing is picking tea, which is very labor intense, and it doesn't pay well because as well, we're still going through that exploitation where we're still shipping raw materials. As much as I see the scale is tipping, a lot of countries are right now saying no to exporting raw materials. You've got to process them within the continent. But then we know the reality. That takes time. So, but it's still encouraging when you see what's happening. So this boy puts on TikTok how he's helping his father who has stroke, how they live in poverty. And guess what? Within 2 days, the TikTok movement, which is like a club on its own, raised $200,000.
Wow.
And they didn't just raise money, they went to visit him at home. And then, so when that movement happens, everybody wakes up, everybody rises up to the occasion. So some university gave him a scholarship, other offered to build a house for the mother, a hospital offered to take care of the medical bills. So guess what the Gen Z concluded? We're not going to sit here and keep on struggling like this. We're building a hospital.
Whoa. Oh my. That's probably the biggest. That's probably the biggest project-based learning I've ever. That appears to me like.
And as soon as they mentioned that, a particular influencer said, "I've offered an ambulance." Another parent said, "I'm going to offer you guys a farm." Another person says, "I'm going to offer you 100 bags of cement."
Wow.
So think about that. Wow. And guess what? When you're thinking about building a hospital, that is a mega project. No, you can come up with a design. You can build everything within a day using AI. You can come up with the concept, the strategy, the SWOT analysis. You can build a HR department, literally, just by the use of your laptop, your internet. So when you're telling them this is impossible, this can't be done, no, they tell you no. But we know it can be done because we've already come up with a proposal, right?
Wow.
Because we're on the internet, we researched, and they go to see this can be done.
Wow. STEM education in Africa, right? I can see the prospect clearly. So you have done justice to the topic, Ms. Kim, right? Because the focus was stories, prospects, and the future. I can see the prospects already. And I'm so excited, right? And I can see the future already from what you're saying, Ms. Kim. I mean, it's going to be mind-blowing. Yeah. I mean, I better get ready to start moving around Africa next year. I can see how bright and how powerful this can look like. Yeah.
No, Africa is going to be the frontier. I'm not sure I should be saying is going to be, but it is. Okay, so remember, I always want to blend in the tech skills with soft skills, right? Because we ain't going anywhere without soft skills.
Absolutely.
And much more if we focus on emotional intelligence, adaptability, communication, critical thinking, collaboration, creativity. Those are critical skills. But remember, in Africa, our life, generally every day, we encounter problems that we have to solve.
Yeah.
So getting soft skills is our way of life. Every day, you wake up, you have a podcast to do with that. the internet goes off. I'm not going to tell him that there's no internet. I figure out how to. I can't say that I didn't show up for the podcast because electricity went off. No, I've long learned how to use solar. Constantly, our life is about problem solving every day.
That's
which
deep.
makes it adapt so easily.
Wow. That's an advantage. And wow. That's a huge advantage. And I think that puts us in a place where wow, that's a very powerful insight, Miss Kim. You just released the bomb.
We're solutions oriented. Because that's how we were raised. We don't say I can't do this. We don't say it's impossible. No, we figure out, solve the problem.
Absolutely.
Solutions.
Wow. That's mind-boggling. So, Miss Kim, you've done so much justice to this topic. Like I said, I won't keep you for too long. I'm going to let you go right now. And thank you for bringing the stories. Thank you for showing us the prospect. And thank you for the pointers to the future and what is possible right now on the African continent. I am excited. I am motivated to keep going, right? These things you have said, Miss Kim, it's already, filling me up in some way, just driving me to say, hey, guy, keep going, right? And just bringing that perspective from the depth of your work and just also sending hope as well. Because this is a time where, this conversation we're having, right? This level of excitement and hope, right, is not in so many places, right? So people are still talking about how it's all doomed, how everything. Just when they talk, what you see is hopelessness. Like, oh, Africa is just there. Africa is right. Well, they're not seeing that. No, that's not Africa anymore. That's not Africa anymore. That's not Africa anymore. Right. So I'm so excited, Miss Kim. And of course, I'm hoping to do some projects. With Destination Imagination. Things around just uncovering these stories and talking about things like this, right? And of course, you can be sure that I'm going to come after you, right? I'm really going to come after you to do a lot needs to happen in that regard. All right. Thank you so much for your time, Miss Kim. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for sharing this mind. Yeah, thank you. Most importantly, the last thing you said about the fact that our environment has already conditioned us to become problem. We're learning and building these soft skills, right? And that's an advantage, right? Probably an unfair advantage, if I would say. Maybe it's a fair advantage, I don't know. Yeah, thank you so much for your time. And we look forward to doing this again with you next year and again and again.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Cheers. Right. Enjoy your day. Thank you and goodbye.
Bye. Thank you. Okay. Yeah. Right. Super. Hi, Bisayo. How you doing? Yeah, I can see you, but I cannot hear you.
Hello, can you hear me?
Now I can hear you loud and clear. All right. Don't worry. You haven't missed a lot.
Okay.
The recordings are available. You haven't missed a lot, right? The recordings
are available, God.
Right? But I know you were catching the waves as well. You were feeling the waves.
Yes, definitely. I was from Mr. Tom to, I think I followed Key Academy on LinkedIn, and then I met the last speaker. Though I didn't get her name, but I followed through some of the things she was sharing, especially that project-based learning about building a hospital and things like that. That's what I like to hear. I just got I got really excited when I heard her saying repeatedly that solve it. There's a problem, then solve it. Like that's how I pray, or I look forward, to see teachers thinking like that. I was just about to make a post. I myself and my daughter, we were watching history, and I was telling her about people that have done great things in the world. This is a 3-year-old, by the way. So I told her, we were learning William Wilberforce and things like that.
Mm.
And something just got my attention because the video was saying that um, William Wilberforce said it is inconceivable that that we are bored in a world that has so many problems,
Mm.
so many issues to tackle.
Mm.
So I thought to myself, that means it is also inconceivable. It's
Mm.
unimaginable. It's not acceptable
Mm.
that we would have boring classes
Mm.
in African classrooms,
Yeah, when there are a lot of
knowing
problems.
there are so many problems.
Oh
You
my
will
god.
literally discover these
Oh
problems
my
as you are
god.
teaching.
Oh my god.
I have a grade 6 student that does not want to do assignments.
Mm.
He
There's
can't
there's
do
something she wants to
assignments. You
do.
can't get him to do assignments. You can't get him to do assignment. But the moment I introduce vibe coding, you see
Mm.
why I love the last speaker.
Mm.
The moment I introduce, of which my assignment is not the regular copy and paste assignment.
Mm.
But as long as the assignment does not involve him creating something,
Mm.
he doesn't want to do it.
Mm. Mm.
Until I brought up vibe coding,
Mm.
and then I gave this little bit of suspense. I said I will be the one controlling the application.
Mm.
You do the talking,
Mm.
you do the ideating. I'll just work with you.
Mm.
And all of a sudden, before the next class, his mom is already telling me, he said he wants to speak with you. He's doing this. This is the same mother that has been saying whenever you give him
Yeah.
assignments, he finishes everything so fast
Mm.
and he doesn't have anything to do till the next week. I said that's not going to happen again.
Mm.
Not with what I just introduced.
Mm.
This guy, why am I even calling him a guy? He's just a boy, but he thinks like a grown up.
Yeah.
He's already thinking of the next application is going to build and all of that.
Yeah.
So I could totally relate with what the last speaker was saying, and I'm happy that it's not just in my space. People are doing it, and people are even doing more.
Mm.
So it's very encouraging. It's
Absolutely.
encouraging me to keep doing it,
Yeah.
keep doing it until we get better. And I really hope that the educators watching or educators that will watch after this
Yeah.
would act on these things.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I really hope they would do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what we want to be. That's what we want to be, right? We're gonna bring in the last speaker for today. Let me check. I think we have some comments. Let me check some comments there. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Thank you, Jeffrey. Thank you, Jeffrey, for being steadfast, right, and for hanging through, right. So I'm gonna bring in the last speaker for today. Oh my. So I need to do this real quick. Yeah. She's so amazing, and I'm super excited that I get to listen to her again. All right. So Dr. Mary Martin is an award-winning educator, an instructional designer dedicated to transforming how people learn in an evolving technology-driven world. With over 2 decades of experience across K-12, higher education, and corporate learning, she leads through innovation and equity. As CEO of Alexandria's Design, Dr. Martin has partnered with organizations such as Microsoft Education, UCLA, and the US Army to create forward-thinking, inclusive learning experiences. A doctoral research, the fourth industrial superintendent, transforming public schools beyond the 21st century mindset, explores how leaders can redesign systems to prepare the future workforce for automation, creativity, and global collaboration. Now, serving as Vice President of Education for Discovery Collective, Dr. Martin is pioneering a new approach to teaching science through computational modeling, empowering students to see themselves as creators of the future. Okay, all right. Well, so I mean, yeah, all I can say is get ready, right? Get ready. Your mind is going to be stretched, right? Your elevation, sorry, your imagination is going to be elevated, right? Your mind will be stretched, and you're about to enter into another world. And it's very intentional that this is actually our last session for today, right? And just to say a few things about Dr. Mary. She's one of the persons that actually helped me to find my voice, right? there are two people that have done this in my life. And whatever you see me doing today, there are two people that have kind of like helped me to find my voice, right? It's Dr. Marin and it's Dr. Tom. And that's why there's no how we'll do this conference annually and I won't invite them into the conference, right? Because every time they speak, for me, there's a dimension of clarity they bring to my thoughts, my perspective, and to what I'm doing that just helps me to know the next thing to do. That's what happens to me when I listen to them. And I think it's not just about me. I don't know what to say too much, but what I'm just trying to say is the fact that be very open-minded and be ready to be stretched in your mind, right? And because this is really going to be very great. So she's going to be talking about the intelligent age, right? From the research perspective. But even more beyond that is that she's going to tie that to something very innovative, and you'll be getting into that word in the next few minutes. So let me bring her into the room. And there she goes.
Mr. Adebayo,
Hi, Dr. Mari.
I'm so happy to see you. Thank you for inviting me. I am always loving this conference and hearing new voices, as well as some of our good friends who've been doing this work for a while now. And I'm excited to show like a little sneak peek of kind of what I'm working on. So I'm really excited to be here today. Thank you for inviting me.
Super. Thank you for your time. So we can't wait. We're going to leave the studio. Okay. But before I go, can you try to share your screen? Do you want to share screen?
Absolutely. I do. So I'm going to share my screen as well as my audio. All right. So I am there. Boom, boom, bling. Can you see it? Let me see here.
Yeah.
Okay, let's get into the slideshow, and there I am.
It works. So we're gonna leave the room for now, and then we'll come back like when you want us to come back.
Okay. Yeah. I think 20 minutes or so. Let's do this. Yeah. I'm going to try to keep a lot of things pretty short today and kind of a high view level, because I feel as if we all speak the same language and we're all pushing for the same outcomes for the benefit of our students, not only in Africa, but also here in America with our Black and Brown students. And we want to make sure that we're trying to give them access to the future. And when we are looking at our research, especially when it came to AI, we are continually seeing a westernized centering of voice within this research. And within our non-Western conversation, we need to make sure that we are getting more louder and more proud of the work that we have accomplished so far. So thank you, Stacy. I just love listening to you every time I hear you and hearing all of the good work that you're doing. And then I also want to make sure that we're continuing this work and even making sure that we are continuing our research in this area. Because I don't want to get into it, but we are not the how do I say this? We are the foundation of knowledge in this world. And so as we are adapting and getting more comfortable in this space more and more, I just love hearing our stories of progress, as well as authentic championship over technology and how we can manipulate it to do what we need this to do in order for us to move into future of work. So that's what I study, and that's what my research is around. And so I'm kind of going to give you like a high level. I wanted to make sure you have my email address, because as we are unleashing and getting this out into the public, this new software for education, I want to make sure that that if anybody who wanted to partner with me can definitely partner with me, and that you have a way of getting in contact with me. So just a high level overview. I think we already know that Education 4.0 is on the brink, right? And if this comes from the OECD workforce and education report, and this is from a while ago, not the latest one. And when we're taking a look at Education 4.0, 1.0 would be just kind of a baseline. I'm going to lecture and you're going to listen and do what I tell you to do. Education 2.0 is activities-based, which I feel like a lot of our schools are right now, especially in America. They're activities-based. They're going to do some projects and stuff like that and be real cute with it. But getting to that 3.0 level, I think, is where a lot of us are missing the boat here. There are some nations who are doing very well with it, and some of us, especially in America. And when I say America, I mean our public school system, our K-12 system. Not the affluent neighborhoods. The normal average K-12 neighborhood is most likely on 2.0, trying to move into 3.0. And moving into 3.0 means doing the project-based learning, inquiry-based learning type of curriculum and pedagogical style. When we're looking at 4.0, though, this is where we're going to start seeing a lot of decentralization, right, within the school system even. As a matter of fact, I have some colleagues who kind of wear their little antenna hats like me, say that school systems might even break down, and it might go to more of a mobile type of atmosphere, or even a homeschool. So we see a lot of. I was at a conference just last month. In September, where the studies are showing that African Americans after the pandemic are moving more towards homeschool environments. So before the pandemic, it was 3%, excuse me. And after about right now, it's at about 16%. African American students are in homeschool now. Why? Well, we saw how they were learning on camera, and we were like, well, we can do better than that, can't we? And so making sure that we're kind of together and creating an environment so that we can homeschool our students and placing them in homeschool cohorts. And so I'm really trying to also tap into that market and kind of do a little bit of research there. So hopefully I'll have some information next year on this. I want to get into this, and I like how Stacy really focused in on the teacher. And this is a study that came out of Norway, I believe. They're about 98% internet connected and device connected within the country. And when they did a study there, they saw that there are actually not one digital divide, it's actually 3 digital divides. And the first digital divide has to do with the digital device that people are using, the hardware, as well as the software that goes onto that device, and then the internet, just to connect, right? So connectivity, and do you have a device? The second digital divide goes around the peripherals, your printer, it could be the consumables that go within your printer, as well as any type of subscriptions or upgrades and updates that need to happen within or on your computer for your software. And then the third digital divide is, of course, we already knew it, the teacher. And we've seen it again and again during COVID. If you have the correct instruction, and you're using technology in order to amplify the instruction, accelerate the instruction, the great instruction that's happening, and that teacher knows how to integrate technology, not just placing you on a computer system to say, all right, go for it, learn your facts, but actually going into that system and saying, hey, this is how you can use technology to better yourself. I always call this, me giving my parents an iPhone and them moving from just playing their video games to actually doing business of life, accessing their bank accounts, finding doctor's appointments, etc., in order to create that lifestyle for themselves, right? And even further. And so we're taking a look at, access. Who has the device and broadband to get online? The use. Who gets to use technology meaningfully, right? and then belonging. Who sees themselves as part of the tech future? And I think this is what Mr. Adebayo is trying to do here, is making sure that we see ourselves as the future in this market, in this space, especially when it comes to education. So I want to just kind of get you to my conceptual framework and this is the model that I have made, and that I am thinking about as I do research, especially when it comes to technology and the thought process of pushing our students into gaining access to the future of work, right? We have to make sure, well, first of all, let me go back. Sinclair is one of the handful, and when I say handful, like maybe 3 to 5 researchers, technology historians that have actually done work within technology and discusses how technology has impacted the African American community. And so when we do research, we have to distinctively, as far as when it impacts African Americans, we and us just as a whole diaspora of Africans, right, across the world, we have to take a look at the imagination of the using that technological product or process or service. How did they employ it within our community, and then how did we experience that technology? And moving us in foresight, if you see to the left of my circle here, I'm talking about us first having to push that 3.0 inquiry-based learning through. We can't even get to 4.0 without the root of great pedagogical learning. Then the black sludge, I have the industrialized school model 2.0, the industrialized factorized learning that we have to sludge through in order to get this new process. And what are we calling a technology as well? Sinclair also discusses how technology is either a new product, a new service, or a new process. And I'm thinking of a new process as a new pedagogical style of teaching that is also called a new technology of teaching, right? Because that would be a new process in order to work through that inquiry-based learning going into that 4.0 technology enhanced learning. I call it enhanced learning because the technology, depending upon how we use it, will enhance and accelerate learning. And so it's not the end all. It is the, well, it's not the end all at all, but it is how we are teaching in order to use technology to now master the technology in our creation of products and new services and new things that we imagine, right? So my findings, when I used Sinclair's look within one school district, I studied one superintendent who was trying to make that change, and he talked about factorized learning. I talked to him and I just focused in on the imagination portion of what his vision was, if we're looking at a shared vision, and how he got his board on board for, and so when I'm talking about the fourth industrial revolution type of superintendent, we have to have a strong moral purpose, and then transfer that moral purpose and making sure that that those leaders that are around us have that same moral purpose in order to make sure that we are pushing forward the correct initiatives we want to correctly push. He was placing in inquiry-based learning, and the way that he did it was he said, hey, schools, I'm going to need you to do this inquiry-based learning. And he worked from the middle, not top down and not bottom up. He worked straight from the middle, and he said, here are the parameters of what I need you to do. And each school had the opportunity to create their new, to research and take a look at various frameworks of inquiry learning in order to adopt it within their school system. And so when he was looking at his imagination, he had a definite theory of action. He also, when I say right here where it says creative takeover, let's give it back to the creatives. There's a lot of research, and even IDEO design thinking is also talking about how many people have to be rooted in almost two different modalities in order to have that creative vibe as you're trying to create and design new ideas and new products, right? And so what I noticed within his district is that he had a lot of people who didn't just come from education and who were not just educators. He had people who were from various different backgrounds, his being a scientific one, another being a full-on theater and stage manager. And so therefore his chief officer of facilities reimagined the buildings that were being created within the district, and having movable indoor-outdoor spaces and movable furniture and movable walls within the classroom, so that the classroom can become different types of spaces depending upon what was needed from that space at that time. And the reason why he thought this way is because he had that background in theater and theater design, and that's how he started to create the buildings in the classroom. From there, making sure everybody knows what the driving central equation. So he pretty much took his framework and his theory of action and turned it into its own project-based learning activity and created all of these different conditions in order to create and produce and employ and have people experience his ideas in a specific way. So this has been a really fascinating work that I had done with this school district, and seeing how that vision had passed through and circulated throughout the district, from his leadership down to his principals, and making sure that everybody had this collective psychological ownership over the creation of how they wanted to teach. Because as you know, a school district is covering such a lot of ground. It's many different schools and many different communities, not just one community. And so he allowed each community school to pretty much create their own change, and use the teachers, again, centered focus, to help drive that change, giving them parameters, but driving that change and creating the learning organization so that they knew exactly why they were making the change. And then he had internal, external partnerships, because we're talking about that shmoney. It takes money to make these changes. We're not messing around with it. We know it takes money. We know this, right? So creating the internal as well as the external partnerships. And one way that they did that a lot of his leadership did it, instead of trying to sell the dream, instead of telling about the dream, they were selling the dream. And so what they had these little labs within the school district where they had the new samples of the new type of curriculum that was going to be experienced, samples of the new type of buildings and classrooms that they were creating. And then teachers would come through and have parents and community members, board members come through and experience the new type of learning and strategies that they wanted to employ within the school district. And then creating resources and relationships and partnerships in order to have those additional resources. And then how do we experience it? He had cycles of reflection within his district where there were parental empowerment through parent voices, but also he would just go in and just sample students' work and also sample student voices, and having cycles of reflection. And when I say this, I say, my biggest question to him was, how are you able to know, how are you turning away from testing and really focusing in on the output of students? And one of the things he said was, through my cycles of reflection, I don't want to see test scores, because if I know that there's going to be a drop in test scores, if they are doing and implementing correctly. So if all the principal has to show me are their great test scores, I know that they're not implementing it to its fullest potential. And so then I would have deeper questions. So those deeper questions would be done within a quarterly cycle of reflection instead of a yearly cycle of reflection, which is what most districts do. So I love this part right here. This is a so what? What's all this mean? It means nothing if you're not implementing, right? And so when we're looking at from research to practice, what my position is as what am I going to do? I'm focused in on that pedagogical practice, and I'm focused in on championing new curriculums. I have touched on certain curriculums I've been working on my own, which is more of like a writing curriculum from before with Alexandria's World, but also right now, my husband and I have been working with a company. It's cellcollective.org. And we've been working with them for about the past several years. And with this several years, we have created on their platform, they have a biotechnology platform that they use that is being used currently in industry and currently in research and at many college level institutions as the way to do computational modeling. Now, when I look out there with teachers and how they're modeling now, modeling will look a lot like this, where they have the balls at the end of sticks to show molecular level. They might teach in cells, but really with computational modeling, it is to take a look at the system and how to predict and simulate what the system may or may not do. I think of it almost as if like a war games or something for the body, like immunology, or for biology, etc. So they place in different models to take a look at how cells and how cells in your body might react within an immunology point of view. And there are many high paid positions that are doing this. And so I like Dr. Helliker. He's out of Nebraska. He has created, him and his team have created this platform called, we are now calling it, it is called Cell Collective right now, but we are moving it towards something called Model It. Now, as I told you, this was done on a grant from the government. And this particular grant, they were able to actually put together their prototype and their proof of concept for K-12, which is when they hired us to come in and take a look at it and start building lessons. And we went out, we piloted those lessons. And when we piloted those lessons, we saw that it was a lot for students to handle. There was a lot of coding involved. There was a lot of scientific knowledge that had to be learned through the coding, as well as what does this mean? What do you mean model it? What am I trying to model, right? And so there was a systems thinking component. So there was like maybe about 5 things we had to account for within the lesson. And so what we have done is we have taken that feedback and we have won phase 2. And so we're coming out with a video game, but also we're revisiting the platform for K-12 again. And we're placing in now some of the ideas that instructors and students were telling us needed to happen. We also have a student ambassador group that we're running a lot of this product through now. But before anything, I just kind of wanted to share this quick video. It's like maybe about a 1 to 2 minute video, just kind of on what we're doing and how we're introducing this to the world. As we are introducing this to K-12 and a lot of superintendents, they're like, we love it, Marie, but there's a lot of education that's going to have to happen for the teachers on this. And I say, I understand, and we're willing to put in that work, as well as a lot of work and education that has to deal with our administrators, because now we're at the time now. We've seen how AI, we've been saying it for a while. AI is coming and now it's here. And now we can see how quickly we are in history and how quickly things change from moment to moment, especially when we have AI involved, which is a wonderful, wonderful prospect, but also a nervous one for the school system, right? And so what we're trying to tell the school system leaders and the school system as a whole now, those left thinkers like you and I, is we're trying to tell them that we are no longer accepting the fact that you don't know how to teach our students. You know, that's the biggest excuse. Well, you know, we don't know what to do and how to create the jobs of the future, right? Because we don't know what jobs are going to be out there. Well, we know now. Okay, we can take a look at every industry. We can see the trajectory. We can start mapping it out, and we know we can follow the way. We know healthcare is going to be around. It's going to be huge. We know that biotechnology is going to be huge, and there's going to be great paying positions created and made, and they are there now. And so we can start placing. What they're trying to do is jump past this model of how technology gets to our kids' hands, and they're trying to create a space for students to start this systems thinking process, not looking at a cell as a cell, but looking at it as a whole system. And the way we do this is through computational modeling. Do I have like maybe 5 more minutes, Mr. Adebayo? Hopefully I do. I'm just going to take them. So if I have a little bit of time, I placed this QR code here because we're deciding to, as we are creating these new and improved lessons, we have decided to release each lesson one by one. We don't want to sell the whole platform. We just want to release it one by one. And the way that we thought of it being a great place to go to is to Teachers Pay Teachers, which is an online platform for teachers go in and they look for new worksheets and try to find different products out there to help their classes. And it's a space where teachers are. We're also looking at recruiting teachers to help pilot and as well as various for our video game coming out on immunology of your body and a systems thinking game. We are looking at trying to make sure that museums have this and partner with museums, and some of those museums have education programs. So we're looking at after school programs right now because this is still a pilot that we're looking at. If you push scan me, you'll go to our TPT page. I need followers, so go ahead and please be a follower. So when we do come out with our new lessons, you can go directly to that page, and you'll get an email saying that that a new lesson is ready. I want to walk you through kind of like our little prototype that we have right now that we're about to release maybe in about 2 weeks. It's still about 2 weeks away. But if you go right now to the page, you can download a video. And this has Dr. Helliker speaking about the platform and doing a lesson walkthrough. So you can see kind of where we're thinking and where we're heading with this, taking an easy phenomenon for our students and having them model it within the system. So if you don't mind, if I can just take, like I said, about 5 more minutes now, I would like to kind of give you just a very, very quick demonstration. We are looking to have this. We don't mind it being in America, in Africa, in Asia. We're taking this everywhere. So teachers, let's do this together. We need a teacher army. We have some leadership behind this as well, but they know, and we know, and I know, and I know, and you know, and just like we all know, we need teachers. We need teachers to go out and model this. So I'm going to just very quickly and briefly go to the platform. This is what the platform will look like. When a lesson comes out, a student will actually come to the platform and they will do like a start lesson. Now, each lesson is supposed to be technically, I say technically because the way that the platform is now and the way that it will look when it's released, you should be able to go through and see all the different lessons, but we're only doing one lesson at a time. And the reason is because we want to make sure that each lesson is redesigned very quickly. And within this new design, there's a lot of video work that needs to happen, and we want to make sure that it is still released so that we have time to educate and better the platform for all, right? So technically, if you were to go in as a teacher, all of your supporting materials will be right here on the platform, your learning objectives, etc. And then as you go into the lesson, as you can see, before it was just words and telling you what to do, but now as you can see, there's more visuals and there's also a video demonstrating to the students like a scaffold, a guide to the side to help students understand what they're supposed to be doing on that page.
Imagine you're making tea at home. You turn on the stove. Electric energy flows from the wall outlet through the wire and into the heating coil. The coil heats up and that heat is transferred to the water above it. The water particles begin to move faster and faster until the water boils. But how does each part of the system work together? Let's build and explore a simulation to find out. Let's begin your model by identifying the key parts of the energy system. You'll see a background image already loaded in the graph panel showing a stove, pot, and outlet. Your job is to match each part with a labeled component. Click the plus button to add a node for each part. Label it clearly: energy input, heating coil, and boiling water. Then place each component over the correct part of the image so it matches visually. Ready to model? Let's get started with activity 1. Now it's time for you to model it.
So as you can see, this is telling them exactly what to do. Less words, more visuals, more relationship to the phenomenon of what they're trying to do and how they're creating this model. And then they can go on here, and we actually found an easier way of having them model it, where they can just double click on the graph section and create their new component. So I can say energy input just like this, and then move it to wherever I need to move it, right? And from there, the next thing that they would do is they would actually connect each node by itself. Now, if I want to turn it into an external mode, which would be external, I would just do like a little shift here and switch it to the orange, which says that this is an external piece of place here, right? Now we go, of course, like I said, we're still working out the bugs. That's where we're about 2 weeks away. And then from there, they will connect the various pieces. And so if the energy input goes to the heating coil, they'll then create a cute little line here, and then another relationship line here from the heating coil heating up the water, and the water being evaporated up to the up into the sky, which would be the boiling water. And so there we are looking at a full system and them creating that system within the platform. When they go to activity 2, as you can see, this is what they will create. They will create the relationship from one component to the next component. And these are internal and external components, but they will not learn this. All they're learning right now is creating the relationship using the arrows. But for next activity is where they will actually see the external and the internal components, where before the lessons were all kind of placed together, where everything, well, go ahead and, first you're going to put the nodes in and then you're going to do no, we're teaching them step by step and really scaffolding each part, and also having a video on each section to scaffold and say, this is the guide to the side and this is what it's supposed to look like. Now it's up to you to model it directly. And so if we were now to see the graph up here, and this video explains the graphing that they see, okay, I'm going to go ahead, I'm going to turn on my energy. I'm going to turn on the heating coil and the boiling water. I'm going to turn on and off these components now. I want my sliding window, you got to move it to about 100 here so that it'll move at a good pace. And so now you're manipulating the system depending upon what questions you have, right? And now you are doing the run of this simulation after you build the model. So now you're simulating. And so this is kind of what we have now, just kind of putting together all of these different pieces for them and making sure that they're understanding how to use this for themselves, and making sure that they are able to take this into the future. I have to move my energy and input up a little bit, a little higher, so that my boiling water can boil. It'll go to the heating coil, and so my boiling water can now boil, and you can see how the graphing is getting higher now. So this is pretty much what I'm working on now, is making sure that this is improving. Did we see everything? I hope that you guys saw everything, and it's not just saying thank you and model it, but this is what we have right now as we are moving into our future here at Alexandria's World, and here at and working in collaboration with Model It and Cell Collective. And please feel free to email me and scan to see the full video and see a walkthrough with Dr. Helliker on how he's using the platform.
Yeah. Hey.
It's a lot, right? Mind blown.
Absolutely. Just like always. And I'm very excited about this because I'm very excited about this because I'm very excited about this because one of the things I think that is happening lately is that we are gradually losing the alpha generation to the algorithm on social media because of this nature of learning that is not deep, not meaningful enough to them, and they're just looking like so the conventional classroom learning and those things, they feel like it doesn't worth their time. Like it's somebody has to make it make sense to them, and I think it doesn't really make sense. I think this kind of solution is going to be one of just the ways, the new normal, how we are going to engage the alpha generation, so that everything that they are being taught, the simulation, they are seeing it how it plays out in real life. And I think that way we're also able to get them to get into that zone where they are building the resilience, the grit, the patience required to handle stuffs in real life, and they just don't become that generation of young people who cannot handle stuffs, who cannot stay in the loop when it gets tough, and it's just crazy. So I think that this is really very, very critical. I see how this can solve that problem too in that regard.
Yes. When we're talking about this, it's taking, the way that science is taught right now, right? It's taught by one thing. I'm going to look deeply at one cell. I'm going to take a look at this molecule. But students don't understand how that all interacts together.
Yeah.
And so by the time they get to the college level, what they're finding more and more is that it's hard to teach them how to think in a systems environment and from a biotechnological standpoint. And so it's a retraining. And so the vision for Dr. Hilliker and his staff there in Nebraska is, can we get this down to kindergarten so that they start thinking in these ways a lot earlier? So we have made modeling, because you can take any idea and make it a model, right? And so we've made fairy tales, like Three Little Pigs, a modeling activity on Model It, right? And so what we're doing now is we are, like I said, we've created a student ambassador group. Because a lot of times when ed tech, I read research where it says where ed tech companies get it wrong sometimes, especially in gaming and in a lot of these new platforms, they're not speaking to the students, and it's only like maybe one employee student that tests it out, and they're like, okay, good enough, let's go. But these students are a lot higher than average, and yeah, my daughter's testing it out, of course. Dr. Hilliker's son is testing it out, of course, right? But we have to make sure that we are testing it on a wide range of students with a wide range of abilities. And so, I have dyslexic students that are testing it. I have, so that we can get the lessons more exact and better and elevate the lessons. We have, I'm going to continuation schools. We're looking at the students that the system doesn't really care about. And this is a great line. This is a great line that I learned last month at this conference as well. And I'm taking it, I'm stealing it. Coaches are really good at this. Like football coaches, sport coaches, they'll see a kid and they'll walk in the room and they'll say, "Ooh, you're my new linebacker." Now, does that kid know how to do any linebacking? No. The coach coaches him and teaches him how to be a linebacker. That means he's a linebacker. So we need to start looking at our kids just the way the coaches look at coaches. Ooh, you're a scientist. And then teach them the thought processes of being a scientist and doing scientific work, right?
Well,
but if they do not have that exposure, where does that leave them?
Yeah, that's so powerful, Dr. Mari. Yeah, the coach analogy is so powerful. Yeah, and just brings many things together. Yeah, and I think this idea of modeling is really going to be a serious game changer. And of course, I'm really excited about this, and I'll try to test it out and just and see, and also like provide my feedback as well. Right? Yeah, but this looks really like a robust platform that has the capacity to.
It is
present.
Research grade.
Yeah.
It is like actual research. They were doing actual testing on COVID during COVID, actual running simulation testing on population and how our body might respond, and immunity testing within this platform during COVID. So when we get to the crazy, I call it the crazy models, because when I look at it, it's calculus to me. But we need to make it, of course, more kid friendly. So we're hiring more engineers, and we need it tested again and again so that we can create better lessons in order to make sure that it's not a scary look, that it is an inviting look, right? And absolutely. Making sure that and so this is part of the goal here for my team, is making sure that that we have a large amount of research and a large amount of piloting of this so that we can make this the best thing. Could you imagine instead of a PowerPoint, a student going to model their idea on this platform. And then during the presentation, this is where we're talking about new pedagogical styles, which will need to happen, as well as new, which I have a CTE kind of portion to this, where this is used in the real industry for future of work. So they know exactly where they're going to place this. You're learning to be this type of scientist, right? But can you imagine somebody having an idea, and instead of showing a PowerPoint, going to the platform and saying, I made this model and let me show you this system that I made where this might work, or we might be able to do this or that, instead of doing a PowerPoint. And there we are with a new way to assess our students too, by them knowing how to do this modeling and how to. Then there's another thing that I came across too. If you go on Teachers Pay Teachers, it has all the standards. Can I show you something really quick? I'm going to share my screen one more time here.
Yeah.
And this is because when my friends saw this, they were like, oh my God. You know, when we say that they always like to change the goalpost, right?
Yeah.
Take a look at the new generation standards here, and even the Common Core standards, the text that and going through the NGSS standards. Look at that. Kindergarten, use a model to represent a relationship between the needs. I didn't even go anywhere in the standards. That's just kindergarten, first standard. Did you see that?
Wow.
Did you see that? You didn't see that though, right?
Yeah, I see that. Wow.
Right?
Wow.
And I'm not even in the other sciences.
Wow.
You see what I'm saying? Here's
Wow.
the standard. Make and determine cause and effect. That's what we're trying to teach here, cause and effect, right? By saying, turn this on, turn this off. Use tools and materials to design and build a structure. Now, most of the time it's done by doing cute little cookies and, modeling the moon and stuff like that using Oreos. But this is where they're trying to get them. Now, let me go to 5th grade, because that's what I'm working. Oh my gosh, I haven't even, do you see what I'm saying? I didn't even go nowhere. Use models to describe that energy in animals, food, use. Come on, people. Example of models could include that. And then you get into high school and it says it gets into high school, it says use a computational model, which is exactly what this is. Look at this. Develop a model. Describe a graph. What are we doing?
Yeah.
Moving the goalposts. What did I tell you?
Yeah, this is a strong signal right here. I see this. It's very clear. It's very clear.
I didn't even go anywhere, did I? I just literally I didn't know I did not have that prepared. I just literally went to the page and showed you the science standards. Now that's the next generation. We are aligned with the next generation science standards. You see what I'm saying? But even when I went to my friend from Texas and I was showing her and she looked and I said, see right there, model. Now the way that when we looked on TPT, the way that we see teachers modeling, they're taking their cookies and they're showing the, Oreo cookies with the moon, phases of the moon and stuff like that. But guess what? That's not it. That's not what they're looking for.
Yeah. That era is gone. Right?
That era is gone. And still do your cute little cookie, routine. It's cute. It's fun. But we're trying to make this a no prep. That's why we're selling one lesson at a time. Right? No prep. Drop it in the middle of your unit for exposure. Do one day.
Yeah, for exposure.
Just have them create the nodes, right? It doesn't have to be a whole lot. Just do a little bit at a time, right? And you're trying to make it no prep. No prep. Place it, plop it in the middle of your unit. We have all the materials for you ready to go, videos and videos for the kids, PowerPoints for the kids, so you can walk along with them and not and still be the guide to the side, but give them this particular learning that they need, because this is it, y'all, right? Told you, goalposts changed.
Yeah, 100%. I totally like this is it. 100%. And it's just so clear how this is powerfully going to transform. There's a thing around ethics, right? Because I myself, I've struggled with this too, right? I've asked myself over and over and over
Mhm.
again. Of course, from my closeness with schools and being a part of the system, I've tried to build something, right? But one question I keep asking myself, because we have seen ethics that have come around, and like you see schools after 5 years, 5 years thereabout, they just like get tired. They just eventually just drop the thing. Right? I've seen cases like that where schools
Exactly.
integrate ethic, and after a long time, they just drop it, right? They feel like it's no longer useful again. This thing is not really serving us as well as more kind of research, right? The role it plays in helping like an edtech to get it right from inception, from the ideation phase,
Exactly.
right? Because many of these edtech
Yep.
initial
Yep.
ideas were not born out of this kind of stuff, this kind of research, this kind of insight. It's usually about somebody having one idea somewhere. Onto people that are just like kind of far from the system. I don't know what you think about this. I feel like the next generation of edtech we are going to see, not even with the level of power and access that agentic AI is offering. I feel like the next generation of edtech we're going to see are going to come from internal, like they're going to come from entrepreneurs, from people within the system. Okay, so it's going to happen.
Absolutely, because we've seen this throughout history, right? It's always the laborer party, the laborers looking to make their systems a lot easier, and that's where innovation is, right? And this is where we see it all the time. It's not the owners making new things. It's always the laborers who are trying to make their work a lot easier, innovating new things. And so they see a problem. And so, when we look at this system, oh yeah, we're getting into that AI powered and stuff like this. But I believe that as I'm looking through it, and Dr. Helliker, he's published maybe 132 articles so far on just computational simulation. So this is one of the authorities in the field that's doing this, right? And we're working very closely with him and his team as we're trying to get it right for our students. But also, he is trying to break the barrier between science and getting it to the school system. And he's looking at this grant as a way for us to circumvent a lot of the stuff that happens between the science and the education system in order to save us about 5 years. So now it's up to us to take the ball, to educate around this ball, right?
Yeah,
and
exactly.
then to move this ball forward, because this is when we're talking about I love how he gave me an article just recently that they placed out where it said, everybody said we need STEM education, and this is where I'm like, I love our girl Sally, because yes, we're moving forward, we're pushing it forward. But a lot of times in most of these schools, it's about, we'll teach our kids code, and then they've been taught code, but guess what? Who knows how to code? AI, right? And so now it's like, well, we've taught everybody how to code, and nothing else that has to do with science, nothing else that has to do with mathematics, because this is where science and mathematics comes together, and coding. And that's where a high level, we're talking about expertise level type of work is going to come from.
Yeah, that's so powerful. I feel like this is the beginning of of course, it's all coming together. And okay. The intelligence age, right? It just takes me back again to the topic.
Right. So that's where I'm saying we have to be able to map it out, right? We have to be able to follow the ball. So another part of our plan, is like, there's a lot of people with that antenna on our heads, just like you, me, and everyone who's out here who's listening, right? And we're getting tired of it now. It's like, okay, look, we already told you AI was coming, and y'all still are not even on ChatGPT yet. Y'all haven't even touched anything yet, right? So you got your kids cheating and all sorts of stuff, and you sitting there like, well, why are they cheating? instead of adapting the pedagogical style and adapting the assessment type of style so that they can go ahead and use ChatGPT on this. You know what I mean? We want you to, so that you can have a broader idea. And then bring your models, bring your new idea. This is something where it's like, I've got an idea and I want to see if it works and simulate that idea. When we're talking about the computational simulation as well, we're and any product that I'm going to be working on in the future. And I told Dr. Hilliker just last week, you see, I've only taken fully control over it the last couple of weeks. I started fully last month because we always had other projects, but this is my center now. And the reason why it's my center is because there's going to be a lot of education around it, but also, me and some district leaders are putting together a leadership podcast. That's why I say, stay in contact with me, people. I gave you, an email to reach me, because we're bringing in some high-level leaders to start educating from a Black voice perspective, because the podcast that we see on AI and education, where are we? Where are we? And so all these people calling them AI experts, Adebayo, you and I've been here. You know what I mean? We've been doing this. And now everybody wants to call themselves an expert. And it's like, where were you?
True.
And and so we need to get our voice out from a Black education perspective, and speak with leaders and have leaders on our show. I'm actually doing this with Dr. Gideon, who is an awesome administrator and district leader. And we are being backed by a lot of superintendents who actually later on today, I'm facilitating a conversation called Sister Speaks with 2 superintendents, Black female superintendents. So we are using our networks, our soft networks, our Black associations, in order to start re-educating our leaders on what this is, because not even our own selves know, right? Top down, bottom up. Need a teacher army. The administrators will follow. We got it. And we got to also take a look at parenting, which is why I am looking at the homeschool market, because this is where a lot of things are flexible. A lot of flexibility where they have time, 1-to-1, 1 to 5 right now. I wouldn't take this to a full class, by the way, y'all. Don't take this to a full 30 kid class or so. Okay. Maybe like an after school program, a STEM lab, 5 kids.
So Dr. Mari, you're giving me this vibe, right? So you're giving me the vibe of course, again, this is showing me, a whole lot of things that's possible, right?
Yes.
Of course, I'm seeing to start some conversations, right? Even locally, you're talking about, Black voice and how that, because again, even locally, when it comes to the intelligence age, when it comes to the AI conversation, right, there's not so much happening in that regard. Like everyone is just waiting and looking for, like everyone, there's not so much of that happening right now. And the unfortunate thing is that if there's no conscious effort in that regard, just to getting people to really get into this new order of things and this new era, they're really going to be left behind. I'm saying what you're saying is instructing me in many ways. It's helping me to see some things I need to put in place, some conversations I need to start having consistently with people. And also some programs to just put in place, right? But of course, I'm super excited about this modeling approach, right? And how it can just take education to the next level, right? I'm very interested in how it's going to restore. I see the need for restoration to come to education, right? Especially for the alpha generation, right? They are a generation that's beginning to lose trust in education. They're no longer trusting education, right?
Ohio.
Right.
The new one, 6'7". I'm sitting here like, what is that? See, I got one at home. You already know.
So
I'm like, what is that?
so this will bring that restoration and then they begin to pass education again. Their perception begins to change, and they're like, okay, this is what my time. I mean, I need to put my time into this, and then this just lock them into learning, and then they are building the resilience that it requires to be successful even in the future. It was starting from today, and this is so mind blowing. Wow! Thank you, Dr. Mari. You've done it again.
Yeah. I think I put something out there and somebody was like, take the babies off technology. And I'm like, bro, like, just teach them real science. I'm like, bro, this is the real science now. Shifted.
Absolutely. This is the real science.
Like, bro, this is it. This is where they're making their hypothesis and then building a model to see if it works. Or else we can go back to modeling this on humans and animals.
Yeah. This is really going to be very disruptive. You really don't know what's coming to my mind right now. This is really going to be
I know it's coming to your mind. I know how you think. We've been together for a second, bro.
This is really going to be very disruptive.
Okay. Yeah.
All right, no problem. It's fine. You hear news from me, right?
That's what I said, because you can model anything. I was at a middle school and the teacher said, oh, we do government simulations. In my mind, I'm thinking they could use this to build their government prototype, let's say, and then run simulations via this model as well. You can run any idea through this model. It doesn't just have to be scientific. And like I said, at the kindergarten level, we got fairy tales. We got the Three Little Pigs and what happens, tell us the story of Three Little Pigs in a computational model.
So many crazy ideas are coming to my mind. Well, as usual again, you've given me a lot of assignments to work on, right?
This is our assignment, people, together. This is our assignment. Right?
Yeah, together.
And
absolutely.
So this is, I definitely say, and I think you had a gentleman on, maybe was it 2 years ago, and I'm gonna contact you because I want to get in contact with the gentleman out of Ontario, Canada, because I immediately thought of this, and I'll just let you know, this is a grant, this is grant funded from the National Institute of Health, as well as National Science Foundation. This is what's giving us the seed money in order to build and to create these things. But more than that, what I love about the Helicurs is they're like, let's experiment. Let's see how we can get this in and give you time to experiment and get it together, get it in there. And from there, what I'm telling my colleagues are, once we get that in, we can get in whatever, we'll have a system, a process of bringing in new curriculum from different industries. I have a friend in Texas, he's doing, Hashim from last year, he's doing modular construction. He's doing a modular construction program. Okay, we're targeting these workforce. We know where the workforce is going now. So let's build that curriculum and make sure that our students, look, you could do whatever you want to with your students, but our students are going to know how to tie this stuff to jobs.
Absolutely, spot on. Absolutely, Mari. That's the way to go. Thank you so much. Thank you for bringing this fire. Thank you for bringing this insight.
Anytime.
And it's always a blessing.
I know it's funny. Parents are like, so what is this again? And tell us again. And what is it again? I'm like, this is why right now, for now, just go to the TPT page. Just go to the TPT page and download Dr. Helicurs, because when I send them that video, they're like, okay, we get it. And we're ready. Parents.
Amazing.
We get it.
Wow.
Right?
So again, it's happening, right? So we're seeing a new generation of parents as well who are they are aware, they are seeing these things, they're seeing these disruptions everywhere, and they just know that something has to change, and they're looking for it. Amazing. Yeah, I mean, conversation is so refreshing, so revealing, and there's a lot that, for me personally, and of course, for everyone listening. Yeah, please go ahead.
You're still seeing the work in progress, right? we're still maybe 2 weeks off from even releasing this first lesson as the redesign of the lesson, because we were just taking the system as is. But now we're like, no, it's got to look good. It's got to look like something. It's got to be designed, you see. And so, and then we'll get it better for our kiddos, more cuter. You know how our kids like cute stuff. But we still do not want to lose the science. Oh, and then there's a video game. I didn't show you nothing on that neither. So we are also doing a prototype of a video game to act as a bridge to the platform. Do you see where we're going with this? And working with an actual game development company.
Powerful. I'm very excited about it, and I'm just going to keep following, and I'm engaging as much as possible. Right? I believe it's really going to be a powerful one and a game changer. Right? All right. So, Dr. Mari, as usual, every time we get to talk like this, it's always hard to end the conversation, right?
I know. Sorry, everybody. We're way over, but yeah, you see, we're passionate about what we do, and so I'm so very excited for the future. Look, we're looking at that 2030. If I didn't show you nothing from 2030, this is it today. We got it. We got the 2030 for you. And where we need to be. And like absolutely. I said, for teachers, my last thing that I definitely want to say is thank you so much, Mr. Adebayo, for everything that you are doing, for giving this space and platform for all of us to speak. Every single year, it has been amazing and excellent speakers. And I always even listen to the playbacks. It's just amazing every year. And this is all your brainchild. And it has been an amazing ride. And we're going to continue this together because we're not done.
We're not done.
We're not done. We're always going to be talking about something. We know you saw from today, we're always going to have to be talking about something new.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Thank you so much, Dr. Mari. Thank you for always being an inspiration. Thank you. And thank you again.
Anytime. All right. You have a wonderful day, everyone. And reach out to me, like I said, please. Thank you.
Wow. So this is a good way to end the conference, right? Bisaya, are you there? This is a good way to end the conference, right? The conference,
definitely.
Sorry. So Bisaya, I didn't want to bore you because, you see, Dr. Mari, when we get into conversations, right, it's usually like another dimension, right? So that's why I didn't want to disturb you. So I can just leave the both of us alone to talk. Right? But intentionally, we put our session, at the end of it, right? Because, the research perspective that she brings is very deep and very important. She's someone that has been in the classroom for a long time. I remember the first time I met her when she was, this project around kindergarten kids, right? You see, project-based learning at kindergarten level. That's the first time I was seeing it in my life, right? Project-based kindergarten level. That was what first drew me to her when I met her then, some years back. And I was like, what's going on there? What's going on? Of course, how curious I am, and that was how that journey began, just started following her, and, we'd have several meetings. I would have several, just sometimes I'll just fix a time with her, just to talk with her. And I'll just be listening and be hearing those things she's saying. She would talk about what, if I'm passionate about World Economic Forum, they plug me into it. I didn't know any jack about the blue, but, and she's talking, she's cited on it. I'm like, okay, what's going on? So that research perspective, right? She's been bringing it for as long as I've known her, and that creates a balance, into the whole conversation. And so there's the HR side that we have seen today. There's the research side that we've seen today. So all things, you can see that everything everyone is saying is just pointing towards one direction, right? Everything everyone is saying is just connected, right? And and I think that for me, I feel very fulfilled because the goal of this conference, talking about shift and signals, right? Shift, signals and shift, right? I think we've tried to a large extent to try to like unveil the signals that are popping up right now, right?
Yeah.
In this last session, you can see what she's talking about, right? How modeling is transforming pedagogy, right? I'm trying to look for a name, right? But you can see it's very clear how modeling is transforming pedagogy, right? Now it's going to be the next front, right? And then you can that's a signal on its own, right? Besides,
Yeah.
you know what I'm saying? You know what we call modeling today in our schools?
What do we call it?
No, I'm sure she's talking. You're thinking about modeling. When you hear about modeling in schools today, what comes to your mind?
I would say, I don't know how to put it in words now, but I would say I've experienced it. I've experienced what schools call modeling now, and I would say it's more about
You know, the paper and cardboard, all those
yeah. I was
items.
about to let me finish it. Let me finish it because I don't want to. I see it's more of generating more school waste. That's how I see it. More
That's not
school
fair.
waste.
That's not fair. That's not fair, actually. That's not fair.
Sincerely, because over time, what's going to happen to those things?
Trash it, right?
What do we do with them? Yeah, we trash it or they just gather dust. I remember the last school I taught, the CCA room is where they keep all these models. Whether it's science related or anything, they arrange it there. And
The funny thing,
over time, they gather
the
dust.
funny thing is that even up to higher education level, I still remember my projects. Even up to higher education level, there are projects that adults that we spend our money, spend time to build, and then you just find them. You go back to the school environment after some years or something, you just see those things somewhere there. I don't know if you have experience, it's just somewhere there.
It's just waste. Sincerely, that's how I see it. So that's why I try. When I see a lot of teachers still doing it, they get celebrated, get appreciated for it. They win awards for it. So it's not like it is bad, but I'm like, have we not moved from that already? I see when they present things like that on social media. Before I like it myself. So what are you going to do this thing now in another 2-3? What are you going to do with it?
Absolutely.
I don't know.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Right. Yeah, this is a new era, right? When we're talking about modeling in schools, right? We're going to talk about it differently, right? I think this conference has just established that. It's very clear. Everyone listening, right? Everyone that gets to watch this recording, you know what is happening right now. The signal is that modeling has been disrupted. Modeling has been redefined, right? It's going to happen differently, and there are things to show that is happening. Please scan the QR code that Dr. Mary shared and just follow up on that as well, right? Yeah, but so far so good. We thank God for this conference for the 4th edition. Signals and Shift being a success. We had 10 mind-blowing sessions, right? Every session was very powerful. Before Dr. Mary's session, Sally, the African, STEM queen, she was talking about, she talked about Africa from another light, and then what you said also buttressed that as well, right? So, I mean, it's time for, after last week's session, right? The impact of last week's session on me is that the latest thing I'm talking about is the school shift. I don't know if that's going to be.
I saw the article.
Yeah, I don't know if that's going to be the theme of next year's conference, but it sounds like, because what usually happens is that anytime we do a conference, by the time we are done, by the time I'm done listening to Dr. Tom, right, and Dr. Mary, right, the two waves, the intersection of the waves usually produce an output, which is like is the direction for the next, So of course, right. And what has been coming to me ever since then is the school shift, right? And locally for schools in Nigeria, is the fact that schools need to move away from investing in technology, right? Like, now this is crazy. If I'm telling the school that investing in technology is not their superpower, for example, locally, when I say that, we're talking about things like learning management system. That's what I'm talking about, right? Because in our own world, in our region, when you talk about technology today, when you talk about LMS, when you talk about maybe right now virtual reality has been added to it. You don't see virtual reality has not really entered the Nigerian market so much like that. It's still, I don't think we right? So, but the technologies that have penetrated the Nigerian market, right? Majorly yes, and then some other technologies like that, few around that government and stuff like that, right? But right now, it's no longer your school will not be seen as a special school because you have just bought smart boards or you've just gotten some technology and stuff like that, right? I feel like there's a shift entirely, right? That intelligent change is emphasizing, right? Yeah, the fact that you are able to get kids to learn in a very safe way. You are saying that your environment is safe for learning, even with the use of technology, right? If that's your promise, then that's a unique value proposition. Any school now that can step forward and say, I have an environment where kids can learn with technology and it is safe, and beat your chest and say, and it is safe, then that sounds like a unique value proposition, right? You're saying that, yeah, our kids learn how to use AI to create things, to create value. That sounds value proposition. That sounds like that's the school where parents want to put in their kids. So I'm seeing an entirely a whole new school shift. When Dr. Tom was talking about the fact that teachers are going to have to stop teaching because of the power that has come to learners today, right? There is nothing any child wants to learn that the child cannot learn, right?
Yeah.
So what is the role of teachers right now? What are teachers going to be doing? Even in the school shift, right? So there are so many conversations around that. Right? The one that bothers me the most, right, is the fact that we are losing the alpha generation. We are losing them globally. There are many issues around social media and AI. So the article I posted when the Danish Prime Minister said we have unleashed a monster.
Yeah, so it's
So the combination of social media and AI and the impact of these two things on learners' behavior and how they passive learning, right, makes it so archaic and outdated for anybody to stand in the classroom right now and wants to try to start explaining stuff to kids, right? That thing is I don't know, right? But it's the school shift is going to be very heavy, right? More because we want to be learner centered, and so we have to really take our time to understand what school must look like in intelligent age, right? So that schools are getting it right and we are moving in the right direction. For me, so all these thoughts and all these stuff, they are still cooking in my head. But the thing is, me, I don't waste time. I move very fast. I don't waste time. I've started talking about it. We'll start talking about it until the next year to enter, because the thing is, this is when we talk that those are it will take them. There are people that will take them 3 years to catch it. For some, it will take them 1 year to catch it. For some, look at Mr. Tom Rogerson. As at 2023, the school had an AI headmaster. So you can about 2 to 3 years ago, they already jumped on it, right? But today, in some regions, we're still trying to get teachers to understand how to use ChatGPT So you see what we're talking about, right? Of course, we'll keep spreading the word, we'll keep propagating the message, and I hope that this conference has done the job of getting the education sector locally and globally to be aware about this latest signal about the shift. Yeah. Your last word as we wrap up.
Yeah, so I'm excited to be part of this year's conference. I mean, I've been saying it. I said it last week. I said the feeling being at the front row is different from joining live on LinkedIn or YouTube, and I'm grateful for the opportunity. I got a lot of action points, and I really hope that the teachers, I'm really concerned about the teachers, and I really hope that all the teachers that listened or that will listen will act on it, no matter how small, wherever they are. I hope that the impact will start from where they are. Yeah.
Absolutely. And of course, for everyone that gets to listen, please, we need your feedback. Please do use the link on the screen, right, to give us your feedback. We'd like to hear from you and about what you think about this conference. Thank you for staying with us. Thank you for being a part of this year's conference. There will be post-conference engagement, because all of these things, there will be snippets and stuff. In the coming weeks, there will be a lot of rollouts in that direction, right? Please look forward to it, and please let's stay connected, right? That brings us to the end of the conference for this year. Thank you for staying with us. All right, bye everyone, and bye for now. Please let's stay connected.
Bye.
Yeah, bye.